It's now time for our feature presentation. Feature.
Coming straight from your house.
Coming straight from your house.
Coming.
They're the ones.
Coming.
The kings of only they're groovy and never gloomy. You can't get this from an egg. The sensation of your screen. The show that makes you scream. Say it with them, folks. David and Joseph's Tradin Faves.
How'd I do?
Beautiful. Cinema.
I'm cabbage patching so fast right now you can't see it, but it's Tradin Faves time, everybody!
Woohoo!
Welcome back to Tradin Faves, the show where we play games on our own time and discuss our favorite parts. Oh, Deltarune.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
How I have missed you.
How I have missed you too, even though it's not been terribly long.
Yeah. And we're probably going to get more as of this year of recording, so...
I know! Let's go!
It's crazy. Yeah, so, it's been quite a long time since we, last discussed this, nearly 4 years ago.
Uh-huh. Has it been that long?
Yeah. It was, May of 2022, specifically.
Oh my goodness. I can feel my age.
So, for everybody listening at home, don't be surprised if our takes have changed since we last discussed this game. We did a whole section where we were talking about, like, our theories of the direction the plot was going to go, and I could not have been wronger.
Listen, here's the thing. That's half the fun of the theories, though, is trying to guess.
It is.
It's like a time capsule. You take it out and you're like, oh man, I forgot this is how I was back then.
Oh, for real. Well, to get us started, we always like to do our little icebreaker. And for those of you that have not played Deltarune but still want to interact in some way, this is something you can answer in the comments. It only makes sense that we talk about television because of Tenna in Chapter 3, and the whole chapter being themed around television. So, the question we have picked out is, what were your favorite TV shows? I wrote growing up, but I think just, like, in general.
In general.
Television.
The thing, too, is TV is
TV is dead now.
I know. It's for me, I guess I'll go first.
Yeah, go for it.
There's like two sides of it for me, because I am stinking. There's the part of me that's like, I'm a weeb and I love anime.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, okay, if we're talking about like the anime nerd side of things, it's stinking One Piece. Like, that is my favorite show ever. I adore One Piece, and I need to get caught up.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's safe to say for me that One Piece is now, like, my favorite show of all time. But definitely thinking about it, as a kid, my top favorite was Pokemon. Like, unquestionably, that was my favorite thing to watch on TV. I was so dedicated to hitting the Saturday mornings. long after everyone else in my family and friend circle had stopped with Pokemon, I was still watching it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Pokemon, Digimon.
Yeah, Digimon was another great one.
The more obscure anime like Metabots.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of like that like early 90s era of like bringing anime to the West. That was a great time to be alive.
Yes. In terms of the dubs, maybe not so much, but just in terms of the vibes were there, and that's what was most important.
It was a time to be alive, and it was great.
Yeah.
But then, like, as far as, like, going to, like, not just anime and being a weeb, because, like, the other thing, too, for me, because One Piece has been around forever, and, like, I never watched it on TV necessarily. Like, it's always been, like, streaming services and stuff.
Yeah. One Piece is also a bit of a later thing for me. Like, I've liked it for years, but I've not been as invested in it as I have now that it's not on TV.
But, like, going to just, like, TV that I grew up with, like, just TV shows, I adore cartoons. I love animation.
Yes.
And so, like, I was sitting there because, like, there's so many shows we grew up with, like, cartoons as kids. But, like, the one I quote it all the time, I go back to it, is, like, those first 3 seasons of SpongeBob. Those will always make me smile. They're, you know, dude, I'm a millennial. Like, that stuff exists in my veins.
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know how I missed... I guess I passed over that because it's, like, too legendary, so it's, like, an obvious answer.
It's like, well, no, duh, SpongeBob's, like, iconic and quotable and stuff.
But it's at this point, it's, like, it's more fun to reference SpongeBob than it is to just sit down and watch it because it's so memorable.
See, I don't know, because, like, I watched those first 3 seasons, like, even though I knew everything that was going on, if it was on the TV, I would sit and watch it again because I'm like, oh, this is good.
And that's the thing. I'm not depreciating it when I say it's more fun to reference it because, like, it's still really fun to watch, but there's something about just, like, finding another fellow millennial who's struggling in the world and then bringing up SpongeBob to them and watching their face light up.
Yup.
I think for me, though, like, the one that really had me as a kid growing up, or I guess the two that really had me was Animaniacs.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And also Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Yeah, Ed, Edd n Eddy was a contender, and I think SpongeBob beat it out just barely, because I quote it more than Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Yeah.
But Ed, Edd n Eddy is up there.
I think you're probably right in that, like, SpongeBob occupies more space in my brain than either of those two cartoons, but they were also very solid.
Mm-hmm. I love that both of our answers were cartoons. Because,
of course.
Like...
Here's the thing. I actually did kind of section this between, like, anime American cartoons, and then I was going to touch on live action.
Ah.
No, because in terms of live action shows, like, I definitely don't watch as much of that or enjoy it as much as animated stuff. But I did want to mention Psych.
Yeah, Psych was like the other one. I'm like, do I like anything live action? I'm like, oh, Psych is really good.
Psych was so much fun as a show.
Mm-hmm. I also want to give kind of an honorable mention, because this has been post... you know, growing up and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, my wife definitely introduced me to the Muppets. Because, like,
absolutely.
We didn't have the Muppets, like, growing up. It just, like, was not a thing that we had. But then the more, like, going back, because, like, you know, my son is like, oh, we need to put something on for him. And it's like, oh, let's put on the Muppet Show. And then we just sit there, and, like, I just sit there and watch it. And I was like, dang, man, I really like the Muppets. Like,
the funny thing about that for me, and maybe this was, like, part of why we didn't grow up watching those, when I was really little, I was afraid of the Muppets.
There was some nightmare fuel.
I mean, like, more so than other people, though. Like, just looking at them unnerved me. And I think it was because, like, as a kid, even Sesame Street kind of had this to a degree, but, like, as a kid, when I would have nightmares about monsters, they looked like Jim Henson puppets. That is, like, what my brain equated monsters with being.
I'm sure stuff like Dark Crystal or whatever didn't help with that.
No, that stuff would have like scared me well into my like 30s if I hadn't,
Yep.
But no, definitely I agree now. Looking back, the Muppets are so much fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's not as much TV now because again, you could just look up whatever you want to watch now, versus like back in the day, you were at the mercy of whatever was on TV.
Yep, you would just have shows be put in front of you, and not all of them were great, so it was kind of you're kind of gambling in that way. I guess that's only Chapter 3. Do you have a favorite church that you went to?
This would derail. I'm like, I could answer.
Yeah, I know.
Question,
like,
but it would,
we have a religious past. We could definitely talk about that.
Well, even like, I'm like, okay, like a favorite like ward that I grew up in.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about the different buildings.
Well, because I think about like the young adult ward where I met my wife, and I'm like, no, like everyone there was super awesome because we were all like young single adults that all had depression, and so like it was weirdly like communal and supportive, and we're just like, nah, like we all get it. So it's just funny that I'm like, I have an answer for that.
No, it's funny because I definitely agree with that. There was a different vibe about church with like young single adults and stuff. But anyway, I think we're
we're getting off topic, but that's
that was a tangent I purposely created to be funny, but there is actual discussion to be had there.
It was a tangent, but I actually have an answer.
All right, so the cool thing about us revisiting a game that now has more content is that we actually don't have to start by talking about where we encountered the game first and stuff. For those that want to see,
watch our episode from 4
watch our
years ago.
previous episode. We can just skip right into more fun stuff. Certainly not a lot has changed on the front of talking about the presentation of the game and the gameplay, but just in terms of like what's new in these chapters, do you have any brief like comments on?
I've got a couple as far as the presentation.
Okay.
I think the games just keep improving visually.
Yeah.
Like Toby keeps finding new and interesting ways to just design things and still keep it himself. Just like, again, this just feels like a natural evolution. We'll talk about him more, but like Tenna especially is so visually distinct from anything else in this game.
Yeah, there's the way that he's animated, there's freaking cutaway gags now.
Yup.
There's like entirely like changed like graphical art styles with stuff like the adventure board. There's like even the stuff that chapter 4 does at the end is just mind-blowing.
Yeah. I'll also say presentation wise, as far as the music, Toby keeps popping off with the soundtrack.
It's terrifying. He's getting better with each release.
It's so crazy because like I feel like there's some tracks in chapter 2 that I was like, Toby's peaked here. He can't possibly have more bangers than this. And then you listen to all of chapter 3's soundtrack and all of chapter 4's soundtrack. It's just like, the man is a musical genius.
There was a time when you could listen to the Undertale soundtrack pre-Deltarune's release and be like, yeah, front to back, this is a perfect video game soundtrack. Like, doesn't need anything added to it. It's just perfect. And now we have all this, like, post-Undertale media from Toby Fox, and he's gotten so much better.
It's crazy to see his musical evolution, because like you go back to some of his like early like Homestuck stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, no, this is good, but then like you see where it goes, you're just like, this dude is on another level.
Yeah, I think in the span of time since we recorded the previous episode, Toby's been hired by the Pokemon Company to do music for Pokemon games.
For Pokemon, for various other, like, Japanese artists. He's just like, yeah, like, they're making a music video, and I helped with it.
It's just like, oh, Live Alive's getting a re-release. Let me interview the composer.
Jeez, man.
Toby has become too powerful, and he will continue to grow in power.
Until he reaches, like, greater dog status.
Yeah, until he's just jacked.
Oh, man.
No, I think one other thing I want to comment on in terms of presentation and what's, like, changed since our last video, I found, rewatching it, I was, like, really strict and, like, really nitpicky about a lot of stuff, and especially, like, the humor. I was really like, oh, it's too memey, and it feels like they're just going for cheap gags, and I'm like, at this point now... I'm like, I will take the cartoon splat noise. I will take the stock explosion. I will take whatever. I am a broken man, and I need a few giggles in my day, and Deltarune supplies that, so I gel a lot more with the humor nowadays.
Yeah, that's the thing too. I talk about it. I have it written a little later in my notes about a specific character, but like, it feels like at this point Toby is just like, all right, I've made it to the point where like people will buy this. I'm gonna just make things as weird as I want to. Like, just full unhinged, does whatever he wants. He's also, I feel like Toby is a creature of the internet.
Yeah. He was raised by the internet, and now he's grown older, and he's...
and now he's unleashed upon the rest of the world.
Well, I was going to say, now he's raising the next generation of people that are on the internet.
I know. One other thing, unless you had anything else to say.
No.
But I kind of... As far as presentation, like the gameplay itself, because we talked about the gameplay, and like it's still the core like Deltarune gameplay, but I love that each chapter introduces like a unique gimmick, and I don't want to use the word gimmick, but like the special way that the chapter plays, you know, because like chapter 3 has, you know, the boards. And it's like that Zelda, like that classic Zelda style. You know, I loved it. And then chapter 4, you know, they introduced like the climbing mechanic. And then also like hey, your TP gain is limited, but you can earn more by doing like by collecting these little light pellets.
And actually making like the TP gain the goal. And so it incentivizes, like, grazing bullets even more.
It's really cool. Like, and again, it just makes each chapter feel distinct and unique.
Yeah, it just... It keeps leveling up in terms of gameplay. There's all of these moments where I see stuff in Chapter 3, and I'm like, this is the peak, right? And then it just keeps going and keeps getting crazier. And then we finish Chapter 3, and I'm like, that's the peak, right? And then Chapter 4 just keeps bringing new stuff to the table. And so it's... This game feels limitless, and there's something so exciting about that.
It's just it's so cool.
It's I need Deltarune in these troubling times.
Mm-hmm.
With that, then, I think we'll get on to discussing the characters. We'll format this in a very similar way to the first episode that we recorded on chapters 1 and 2, where we just kind of break things down based on, like, roughly the order of appearance for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, background characters are all kind of going to be lumped into, like, one category. So just whatever comes to mind that way.
Yeah, we'll be talking about, especially for, like, I think these first 3, we'll be talking about them in the context of, like, chapters 3 and 4.
Yeah. So with that, we definitely want to put a spoiler warning, because I strongly encourage people to play this game. And so we will have a timestamp where you can click to skip past spoiler talk and just get into hearing about what we're going to play next and whatever else is on the episode. But if for anyone that has not played Deltarune yet, I strongly want to encourage you to give it a try, for the main reason that the first 2 chapters of the game are completely free to play.
Mm-hmm.
So if you haven't even bothered with, like, Undertale even, and you're just, like, curious about Deltarune directly, the first 2 chapters are completely free. And if you like it from there, maybe consider going back to Undertale. But even if you can't wait, Deltarune has the incredible business model, the most generous I think I've ever seen with an episodic release. $25 US if you live here in the US. It could be different depending on what part of the world you're in, but basically for a dirt cheap asking price, you will get access to chapters 3 and 4 and every single other chapter without any additional charge. Also, in case this sounds like a sponsorship, we're not sponsored by Toby Fox. I would love it if we were, but we're not.
Yeah. We would blaze the game more if we were, but, like, even then, it would just
I would be... You couldn't even imagine how annoying of a salesman I'd be about it. If we were
it's
sponsored.
good.
This game is so good. And
It's
seriously,
so good.
$25 for, like, at this point, what's, like, already, like, 60 hours worth of content, and the promise of more, for people that are stuck on Switch 1 because they can't afford a Switch 2, if you pay for the full game on Switch 1, you can freely upgrade to Switch 2 without paying any more.
There's that.
That's nuts!
It's so cool because, like, and this is the amazing thing about Toby, because, like, Toby, he's already financially set. He's partnered with Fangamer, and he does so much stuff with them that, like, he's never gonna need money.
He's made his fortune.
Yeah, and so, like, now it's less about just, like, oh, I need to make money and see the number go up. And he's just like, I just want to make something that I like. And so, like, it's just genuine good fun.
It always astounds me how generous Toby is as a person.
I know. Well, even because if you remember too, he was going to charge for chapter 2. Like, that was when he started charging.
The first chapter was the demo. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the pandemic happened, and he was like, hey, the world kind of sucks right now. Chapter 2 is free. Like, just play it. And I was like, that's so cool. I don't know. With, like, I'm going to stop myself here before I start going into what my final thoughts are and stuff.
Right.
But, like, this game is good. Go play it.
It's seriously worth your time if you love... I would say if you love retro-styled, like, RPGs and really story-heavy games, but, like, even if you don't, like, give this one a try. Because it might just surprise you. It's really, really good.
It's really good.
But that's all you're getting. From this point forward, we will openly and very comfortably discuss the biggest spoilers in the game up front with no further warnings. So, and believe me, with our first character to talk about, there is no amount of dodging spoilers that we could do. This is just... Let's talk about Kris.
Skip here to avoid spoilers.
I think, for me, I don't know about you, I think Kris is fast tracking to becoming my favorite character.
Really?
I didn't want to think it, but like, I don't know, man. Something about Kris I'm just really vibing with, and because it's the mystery, dude, that's like eating at me. Because Kris knows things that we don't, and they won't tell us what they are. And it's, I don't know, man. I'm so fascinated by Kris as a character and the things that they do without our input are fascinating to me because I'm just trying to understand them.
The two words that I have written down that I use to describe Kris, very hilariously, you hit the first one on the head. Fascinating. This is a character that I want to study and just learn a ton about. And the other word that I would use to describe them is complicated.
Yes.
Because this is such an interesting case. I've never seen this in any other game. We have what could be considered an antagonist sharing a body with the player in order to make a cohesive protagonist.
See, and again, this is where I'm like, yeah, except that like, then Kris does like very heroic and selfless things. And I'm like, I don't know if I consider Kris an antagonist.
And that's the thing. I do specify antagonist and not villain.
Yeah.
In that it's a character who is interfering with the progression of the other protagonist characters' goals in our party of 3. But at the same time, they also don't. And that's why I can't just like blanketly say that Kris is an antagonist, but
because like, and again, we're talking spoilers here.
Like
chapter 4, the bit where you're in the dark and that it wasn't Garrison, it was the mysterious entity that was chasing you. Like the bit where Kris jumps in the way and protects Susie, and I'm like, if you are opposed to us, why did you save Susie? We didn't input anything, so that was definitely a decision from Kris,
right?
And like, Kris is taking actions. And again, I have theories and things that I think about. And like, I think it's because Kris knows things that we don't and can't tell us. Either can't or won't tell us.
Yeah.
And then the other thing too is also there's a layer of like, which route are you taking? You know, the Snowgrave, and I know you talked about not really looking into it.
Trust me, Toby flipped that whole thing on its head. I might as well just get this tangent out of the way now, but I remember saying like, no, I'm not interested in this stuff. I don't want anything to do with it. It's weird and it's gross and it freaks me out. And then it was mandatory for chapter 3. I mean, okay, not mandatory, but like, good luck beating the secret boss without doing that stuff in chapter 3 that gets you the...
Yeah.
And so, like, I had lightened up on that rule. I still would never play it myself. And I guess, like, I haven't watched as we're officially calling it now, Weird Route playthrough. Like, I still haven't watched a playthrough of it start to finish in, like, the chapter 4 content. But I've seen, like, the big scenes and the really, like, freaky stuff that happens there. And with that, there is a lot we get about Kris's character.
Yeah.
From there.
We get to see Kris's kind of kinder side, but also why they hate us. And I feel like there's some bleeding between the two halves of it, of like why Kris is so antagonistic towards us is because we do possess the ability to ruin everything. I'm sure Kris hates it. Like, that's the thing too, is in the weird route, in the Snowgrave route, like, we are directly opposed and Kris hates us for that.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, there's so much that Kris, like, in the normal route, I feel like Kris, I don't know how to say this. I feel like they're stuck.
Yes. That's how I would describe it.
Like, they don't have a choice. Their choices don't matter, which... core theme of this game.
Yeah, that's very much the vibe that I was getting from Chapter 4, is there's so many moments of them trying to demonstrate two things specifically. One is how much Kris and Susie are growing to care for each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the other is just how stuck Kris is between so many different troubles that are just completely outside their control.
Mm-hmm. It's so fascinating. And again, I sent you the post talking about it, but like, you know, the deeper lore of Toby, you know, being an accomplished musician and then all of a sudden having like disabilities in his wrist and being unable to play the piano. And literally Chapter 4, the first thing that Kris does, you know, outside of like, okay, I gotta go do what I'm supposed to be doing. It's part of this whatever partnership I possess as a quote unquote antagonist. And then what's the first thing Kris does? Goes and drinks some chocolate milk because, you know, chocolate.
Calm the nerves.
Yep. And then sit down for like 8 minutes and just play the piano without the soul like holding them back. And it's so fascinating because you know that this happened right around the time Toby started writing this story. And so you know it comes from a deeply personal place.
Mm-hmm. I think Chapter 4 especially is the most on the nose it's been about using pianos as symbolism for things.
It's been built up, but like the piano specifically is used a lot.
It's the most overt that it's ever been. And there is I didn't realize how many hints there were about like Kris's more like secret dubious side to things.
Mm-hmm.
As I had just like recently reviewing what was in these chapters, there's so many like lines of dialogue, little details, little breadcrumbs to the point that it's now that I know what to look for, it's foreshadowed everywhere. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. Even just there are things about Kris's childhood, especially Chapter 3 is littered with Kris's childhood. And like, you know, what's his name? Ram?
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he is a plug strip, but also his hair kind of looks like a fork. And he talks about how Kris would play. He's like, it's kind of weird that you would play with a plug strip. How would a child play with a plug strip? And like, this leads to the question, does Kris like self-harm?
Yeah. It's upsetting.
And I'm just like, Kris, I want to know what your deal is because I want to help you. I don't want to be opposed to you. I want to help you.
No, there's even down to the most subtle details. I think like one of the best things that like really got me back into like being invested was I can't remember the YouTube channel's name. I'll flash it on the screen or whatever, but there's a professional psychologist who is playing through Undertale and has since moved on to Deltarune, and is like, it's not merely a matter of like trying to predict the outcome of the plot. It's more just like psychoanalyzing the characters and seeing what like real world parallels inform the type of characters. And because Toby is such a great writer, a lot of this stuff is very consistent in the way that it foreshadows things, which leads him to be able to like listen to 2 or 3 lines of dialogue and predict the character arcs, just because they're so sound with like real world psychology. One of the things that he noted that I hadn't like, it hadn't really stuck for me, why this is such a big deal and why Kris is such a tragic character. The very first thing you get to see is Kris's bedroom. And you see Asriel's side of the room that has trophies and things and stuff crammed in the drawers and a computer. And then you see Kris's side of the room, and it's just empty. There's no degree of customization, no sense of self-expression. There's a bed, and there's the birdcage. And there's nothing else going on, and it's psychologically for young children to be like not having any sort of visual indicators or expression of who they are as a person is usually a sign that there's, a lot of strain, a lot of trauma, a lot of difficulty. And so I see that, and just like beyond that, like every little bit of detail we get about Kris's life, it just makes me feel so sad for them. Like this is a character that I just want to be happy.
I know. And again, we talked about it in our theories about the knight, and we'll probably talk more later, but like Kris isn't the knight, but Kris is involved with the knight.
Right. Kris is working with both Carol and the knight, who we will get to talk about later.
I know.
And it's
man.
From the ways that Carol speaks to Kris, and like when you get all of like the phone calls and everything in chapter 4, it definitely feels like they are leveraging and possibly even like blackmailing Kris in a way that they're like forced to have to comply with this, even though it's not necessarily what they want, especially because as things progress throughout chapter 4, you see how much they care about Susie and how much their objectives counter Susie and what Susie is trying to accomplish. And so it's just rock in a hard place. It's so sad.
I know. And dude, there's so much to analyze and unpack. And there's so much, there's so much of like Kris just going off on their own. And you as the player get to just go and do things. And you're unable to, you get pieces from Kris, but you don't get the whole story. And you're like,
no.
Can you just tell me? And why can't you tell me? And it's,
You know what little bits of details they keep dropping but not explaining regarding Kris that just has me in an absolute frenzy? All the talk of hands.
Yep, I had a part to talk about that theory specifically in the theory segment, but I'm very scared for Kris and their hands.
Like, yeah, we'll save it for theory talk, but there's a lot of mention of hands, people losing hands that don't work, like allusions to severed hands.
Mm-hmm.
And then even when they're not being, like, disturbing or morbid in any way, there's still just so many mentions of hands in things that involve Kris. And it scares me. And I need to know more.
Yes.
There's even like the shadow crystals, how like you can look through them and see bits of the quote unquote real world, but also like Kris will look through the shadow crystal and like see through their own hand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what does that mean? That's terrifying. Please, nobody hurt my precious blue splurfy child.
Mm-hmm. Too blue for the splurfs.
It's that dread that just follows you as you play through the chapters of like, I want to help, but like, I can't understand you yet, so I don't know how to help.
You gotta give me more.
Yeah.
You gotta give me more so that I can choose to help you.
But then there's also the moral conundrum of like, should you be giving me more? Should I be trying to puppet your body to be accomplishing my goals? Or like, am I steering all of these characters into a tragic ending? And like, that scares me too, because...
Or does the choice even matter whether they tell us or not? Because choices don't matter.
It's I definitely get the sense that Toby is going to try and sucker punch everyone who thinks this is going to resolve the same way Undertale does. Because he has made it pretty clear by this point that Deltarune is not just Undertale repeat cash grab game. Like, no. It very much has its own story and its own direction that it's going. And the whole time we're looking, you know, an inevitable destruction in the eyes as we progress through the plot. And it's like, are we the bad guy?
Are we the villains?
Like, is our desperate attempt to get a quote-unquote good ending just ruining these people's lives? And it's again, why is our soul in Kris's body? Why are we piloting Kris? And
a child who's clearly an independent character from us.
And even more importantly, why are they letting us?
Because it's clear that they don't want to.
Yes, they definitely don't like that we're there, but they continue to put the soul back in their body. And it appears to have something to do with Carol / the Knight's objectives. But but do they want us there either? And like, what are their motives? And the rabbit hole goes deep.
So there's so much to think about and unpack. And this is why, what I mean though, is I think Kris is becoming my favorite character because, again, I think Kris is being coerced to do things. And maybe there is a level of like something that they want out of it. But they're the biggest thing about Kris is they are in a powerless situation. They have no power.
Mm-hmm.
And they are having to do these things that clearly they don't want to. And again, that friendship with Susie is becoming more and more... it's interesting. I want to know what Kris is thinking. I want to know so bad. And of course, it's the one character that doesn't say anything to us. We can't read anything they say.
I'm there with you. Kris has really risen up the ranks as like becoming one of my favorite characters of this whole story. And I think just like no matter what happens to them, I am very much appreciating what we have of their character so far. But I will definitely always be thinking about that if, like, us trying to get the happy ending in the video game as a mere player is the thing that's causing the problems. Or not even just getting the happy ending, but, like, getting our desired ending.
Mm-hmm. There's so much to unpack, but... we should probably move on to our next character because there's also a lot to unpack with them.
The other one. Susie.
Susie gets better with every chapter.
And that's...
And she was already my favorite in chapter 1.
She's already so great.
Gosh, where do I even start with it? Just... Susie is so kind and compassionate and caring, even though she pretends not to be. And I am so scared for her well-being after these last 2 chapters. Like, I am scared for her physical well-being.
She stepped up so much. The thing that I love that's the through line about her as a character is that she has this tough facade that she's putting on and tries to act like such a jerk and a bully and such a thug.
Acts like she doesn't care, even though she cares more than anyone else.
But, like, the matter of the fact is, like, she is such a compassionate person that she can't hide it, no matter how hard she tries. Her rawest and most direct instincts are always to check if people are okay and to rush in and help them. No matter how much she wants to play it off, like, she is growing into a hero. And
again,
it's so cool.
I'm gonna put it towards theories at the end, but like I've got thoughts and feelings about her as a hero and her becoming a hero, and it's
This, I mean, we certainly can only touch on this until we get into theory territory, but one of the prevailing theories about her at the moment is that she is not one of the 3 heroes from the prophecy. And has just stumbled into this plot because of her own, like, strong will. And we don't know if that's true yet, but wow, would that be amazing.
I'm gonna save it for theory talk, but like
yeah. No,
oh
Susie,
my goodness, she's so good.
She's such a like, she has so much range as a character. She's so cool, she's so silly, she has such a strong sense of character that she's constantly doing and saying things that get me emotional.
And it's so interesting where we've come from with her from chapter 1. Because chapter 1, you're like, whatever, she's just the bully. You know, like, stock bully, and then she's learning to, like, care about other people. And then, like, you know, like all real-world bullies, it doesn't come from nowhere. Like, Susie has been through so much crap herself that, like, naturally she's reached a point that she started taking it out on other people, and so it reinforced this idea.
There is... And I heard the stupidest thing about that, specifically about Susie's character, that I couldn't help but laugh. But they were joking, like, can't wait in a later chapter when we see a cutscene of a flashback to Susie's dad, who is alcoholic Barney, who grabbed her by the shirt and said, "People like you piss me off," and that's why Susie developed that tick.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm like, I could see it. I totally bet that's the thing, but...
That's the thing. Well, even because, like, chapter 3, there's we learn about her sitting on the bench, like, when she reached her breaking point.
Yep.
You know, and then there's also the fact that, like, that bench and who it was, their ties later with Gerson, like, gosh, that guy's kept an eye out for her ever since before they even met. But also chapter 4 and her about the piano. And the fact that she wasn't very good, and she was told that, like, you know, you're not allowed to play on the piano.
Right.
Somebody better needs to be. And so it resulted in her breaking it. and the confession about that. And I'm just like, man, that's so heavy for her to deal with. And it's a result of people judging her outward appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, it was like all of chapter 1. Like, everyone tells you, man, Susie sucks and she's awful. And, like, Kris is the first person that Susie can actually open up to about anything.
Mm-hmm. And it's pretty safe to infer. It is just an interpretation of what you see, but at the start of chapter 3, when Ralsei gives an explanation, a more thorough explanation about what Darkners are, there's a shot of like a specific room that he uses as the example.
Yep.
That is very poorly furnished. It is a bed, a poster of a giant monster, and then a chair in the center. And it is all but openly confirmed that that is Susie's bedroom at her house.
Mm-hmm.
And that she has absolutely nothing to her name. So she beat the homeless allegations.
I didn't suspect her of being homeless.
I didn't either, but that was a very popular theory for a while, was that she was homeless. But
I assumed that, like, she might be in a foster home.
yeah, foster home.
That one hasn't been disproved. Because that was the other thing, too. Like, I feel like she has not the best relationship with her parents, guardian, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, again, in chapter 2, there's the whole segment where, like, Toriel's like, just call your parents or whatever. And she's like, okay. And then as soon as Toriel's gone, she doesn't do that.
Yes.
And I'm just like, interesting.
Yeah, there was already signs of, you know, her not having a great home life. But it's that one particular shot that we're finally getting some clues.
Well, and even then, we could infer it, too, from chapter 2, when we go into the castle and she's like, my own room.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's cool because it's got all of the things she wants in there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And of course, the the final nail in the coffin for that is when you're walking around town and there is her house right there. And she's like, let's not go to my house right now. And it's
interesting.
I think that's during chapter 4 when you're deciding what to do after the aftermath of everything.
Huh.
Or she doesn't say let's not go to my place. She specifically says let's go to your house.
Yeah.
With like a very dejected look. And so it's like, that's probably where she lives. Because it's the building that's right next to the alleyway where there's the milk that Alfie's leaves out.
Yeah. And then it rains and it becomes 1% instead of 2%.
Oh, sure glad there's comedy in the really depressing moments of the story to help.
I know. Well, and that's the thing, though, because you mentioned it again, that Susie has range. And, like, man, she's so funny, especially her interactions with, we'll talk about him later, but Gerson.
Oh, yeah.
And even just, like, you know, antennas boards and stuff. Like, she is...
Right now, the one that's coming to mind for me is during chapter 4, when there's, like, the charcuterie board. Kris is, like, grabbing her by the legs, and she's just like, chomp, 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 chomp.
Yeah, or them, like, when they get the juice after...
Yeah.
afterwards, and just, like, cheers. And then they both just jump it into each other's mouth. Like,
yeah.
They're so chaotic and dumb. And I'm like, these are beautiful, dumb teenagers. There's also the bit... Susie and Alphys would actually get along if they weren't in a teacher-student relationship.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's the bit where Alphys is like, oh, man, Susie's over by the punch bowl. I don't want her to make fun of my my 50% red, 75% yellow, like, juice combo, and then you go over and do it for Alphys, and Susie's like, oh, that's a sick combo! Or, like, Susie, like, you know, in Chapter 2 sees Alphys like, oh, man, like, Alphys already hates me at school. I don't want to get banned from going outside. Like...
Yep. What was the one you were going to say about Chapter 3?
Just, like, Susie playing the game. And,
Oh, yeah.
like, you know, just, like, finding the dumb things. Like, she steals the bracelet from me. She's like, finally some gameplay. And then we'll just go off and pull weeds. 'Cause she's like, I can finally start doing something.
Yeah.
And then, like, switching everyone's controllers around.
Mm-hmm.
The shenanigans that Susie gets up to are so much fun. Her in the rhythm game just going nuts on the drums.
Yes. Oh, that one was funny. It's one of my favorites to listen to on the soundtrack, because you get the sound check, everyone's just setting up, playing really basic notes, there's like Ralsei singing in the background, and then just...
I love that, like, Susie waits for you to just, okay, yeah, it's working, and then Susie's like, all right, I'm done, and it just goes into it.
And then after the mini game, she's like, dude, I carried you guys. What was going on?
Like, you guys need to step up and play better. Oh, man. I love Susie, the violent tormentor. The girl with hope written on her heart.
That's another thing that I can tell with, like, my preferences and my taste in characters has changed a bit, because, like, I did love Susie as a character back when we recorded our first episode, but again, this is another one that she's, like, really shot up to high on the totem pole for me. Whereas before, like, I saw her as just, like, part of the team. Now, like, as an individual character, I'm like, oh, I love Susie.
Susie's incredible.
And I swear I wasn't trying to base a D&D character off of her, but
No,
it just happened that way.
It's just really funny because you mentioned it just offhandedly to me. And then, like, when we're playing, which is funny because we're probably going to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
And like, now I can't unsee it. Because I'm like, dude, the inspiration is there and it's great. And I know you said there were other characters, but she just kind of, like, shines through as, like, no, this is a solid, like, example of the character.
Right. Well, and it was, like, when I was creating the character, other inspirations were more prominent. And then just the way that I was naturally feeling to play the character as we were going turned out to be very Susie, and so I have not strayed from that path since.
It's good. It's a good path to be on.
It is a very good path.
Oh, man.
We gotta round it out with the fun gang.
The fun gang, or the bleep squad.
The
Depending on your
bleeps.
choice.
That's
The
right.
Lancer fan club.
The Lancer fan club.
Oh, man. We gotta talk about Ralsei.
I have one question. No, I have two questions for you. Question number one, Ralsei. What are you? Question number two, what are your motives? Because we're still not that much closer to understanding him, other than that he truly wants to prevent the roaring.
I feel like we have a much better idea of what he's doing, but we still don't have the full picture.
And that's the thing, like, we understand his motives better, but we don't understand him. And that would better inform us of why his motives are what they are.
Part of it, too, is that Susie, unfortunately, is not asking the questions we want to ask.
Susie is a bit of a meathead.
I love you, Susie. I adore you. But, like, you're not asking the questions that I want to know, and Kris won't ask them either.
She doesn't have the level of hindsight and foresight that we do as players who can see the entire picture.
It's true.
But to talk about Ralsei a bit, he gets sadder with each chapter.
I know. Well, I think it's because also he's running out of time.
Yeah.
We're more than halfway there to the ending. Like, there's only 3 more chapters. And so I think he's more stressed out just because he's like, I can't talk to you guys. And I think also it's a bit of him being like, I don't want to accept this outcome. And so if I ignore it, I can maybe change it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, much like Kris and Susie, it's funny because Susie has the line of dialogue where she's like, man, I really hate people that won't tell you the whole deal. And you gotta just want, like, Kris and Ralsei just sitting there being like, oh, gosh.
That's us. The Ralsei's whole arc, even just in chapter 3, of how he's growing his own personality, but deep down knowing he shouldn't, and that it's like counter to what he feels he's supposed to be.
What he is.
It's sad. I feel for Ralsei.
I know. And then again, chapter 4 with him being like, I know things that I'm not supposed to know.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know, for the rules of the game. And again, I'm wondering how meta the last chapter is going to get, because maybe it's like, well, yeah, per the rules of this being a game, I can't solve the puzzles for you. I can't tell you everything. I can only tell you enough. And again, he's like, the prophecy is an abridgment. And again, it's so stressful because they're like, I'm not supposed to tell you. You know, again, it's the same situation as Kris, where like, I don't think they're allowed to say anything. And they're trying to work within the confines that they have.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing that's not made clear is how much are Kris and Ralsei on the same page.
True.
Because it's like all of these sneaky, devious background motives that Kris has. Is it the same for Ralsei? Or does he have things that he knows that Kris doesn't? It's Tricky Tony working his magic again.
This little white dog making things complicated.
Making us all confounded. I think, unfortunately, as we keep saying with the Fun Gang characters, we'll have to save most of this for the theory crafting section. But there are multiple inferences about what thing Ralsei could be as a Darkner. And
I had that here, and again, we can go into more detail when we talk theories.
Mm-hmm.
But I can put it here. But I do ascribe to the theory that Ralsei is a shadow. I can't remember. Did I send you that theory that I found? Like, detailing that?
Yes, we did talk about that.
Okay.
There is one, like, I want that to be true so badly, but there's stuff that still makes me question, like, the logistics of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, whose shadow? Or is it just any and all shadows? And, like,
so I'm wondering,
if you're in a dark room where there's no light source, can a shadow be cast?
And that's why I'm wondering when he asks you to close your eyes. At that point, there is no light and he can go anywhere. And it's why I think like he's able to just go into other dark worlds because he is a pure being of darkness. He is a prince of darkness.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely possible, and I'm sure however Toby would explain it, it would just be like, okay, that makes sense. But, like, I'm not sold yet.
No, and here's the thing, too. I'm not 100% convinced, but right now, out of everything I've heard with the information we have, it is the theory that makes the most sense.
It's the one that holds the most water for me. The other one that I've heard that I think is also fairly solid. I still think a shadow holds more water as a possibility. But somebody proposed the idea of what if the object that Ralsei is Kris's soul that is not in their body because our soul is in their body. And there's tons of things to like poke and prod and question about that theory. But it definitely still was another one. It's the fact that his outfit has the black heart on it. I've seen people question that and be like, is that to imply the absence of a soul? Or the inference that there is a soul there? And, you know, what that means if that's the case. And so, I remember somebody brought that up, and that's why Ralsei would be so insistent on specifically following Kris. But...
That's interesting.
There's still enough about it that I'm like, I don't know if I could believe that yet with the pieces that we found. But there certainly needs to be an explanation for why Ralsei specifically is attending to Kris at all times.
Yeah, It's interesting. Man! There's so much I want to know and so much we just don't.
That is, I believe last time, like in our previous video, I said that Ralsei was my favorite character with an asterisk. That it's like, I want to know what you are before I can truly make a judgment call. And
yeah,
we're still not that much closer. Like, I do love Ralsei. I love him with all my heart, and I wish him happiness, but I'm like, what are you?
Yeah, I will say that I don't think Ralsei is an antagonist. I think they're definitely keeping stuff from us and can't explain everything for reasons that we can't get into. One, also because they're worried, and again, everyone's now seen the end of the prophecy except for us, the player.
Yep.
Which is... So I'm like, they're not going to talk about it. But, like, I think part of it, too, is that they didn't want to worry Kris and Susie with the end of the prophecy.
Yeah, that was definitely honestly the thing he was trying to prevent the whole time in Chapter 4 was keeping specifically Susie from running ahead and seeing the end of the prophecy.
Seeing the horrible thing that he's trying to prevent. And, the whole sequence of it's okay not to smile.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, dude. But that's the thing, too, is just how much Ralsei, like, he's so worried and he's so scared, but he's still doing his best. I need to get some good armor on him because the poor guy takes a beating every fight. And that's the thing, too. I know we've been talking about how heavy everything is for Ralsei, because that's the thing, too. I feel like these two chapters in particular were really heavy for him. And I'm very interested in seeing where it goes from here. But, like, he does still get some of the funniest moments along with Susie. Him becoming a marketable plush was... That was beautiful.
The fact that they referenced that one, like, Tumblr copy pasta of the person talking about how they, like, dunk their stuffed animal in milk and bang it against walls or whatever.
Yep.
And then, like, the Ralsei plush, they're like, oh, fill it with water, slam it against walls. There's so many obscure references.
Again, that's why I love Toby, is that it can either be, I said it in the last one when we did this, he's either setting up a, like, 1,000 IQ narrative twist, or it is just a dumb reference to something unimportant.
Yep.
And there is no way to know.
The other gag with Ralsei that just obliterated me was the Wild West minigame, how Ralsei was the horse.
Yes.
And it started with him being like, why do I have to be the horse? But then by the end, there's like the bale of hay, and he's like, that looks tasty. What am I saying?
Well, what was it? Like, you unlocked horse Ralsei in your castle, and then Susie's just like, no, and like relocks the door.
Right, it's like it's Ralsei's ranch or whatever. And Susie's like, nope, we're not doing that.
Nope. Or like there was the bit where like he's stressed about everything, and then Susie's just like park your butt, mister. As he sits on the couch, it's like it's like parallel parked. He's like, I believe I am within the lines, yes.
Ralsei and Susie have insanely good chemistry as
They
characters.
do. Oh, their chemistry is so good. Oh, I love them.
There is, with the entirety of the Fun Gang, and I guess that's what I'm going to keep calling them, because I like that name. But with these three, also, like, I admire the kind of diversity in their gender expression, in that it's like we have Susie, who's a really, like, tough, aggressive, boisterous girl. Ralsei, who is a very, like, soft, affectionate, mild-mannered boy. And then just, like, Kris is, like, the pure neutral.
Yup.
That's something that I have noticed about myself that I just love in general is, like, gender nonconformity. And, like, these three characters as our protags, like, they do it perfectly.
They're the alignment chart just by themselves.
the full alignment chart.
No, we literally have law, neutral, and order.
Yes.
Oh man. No, I love them. But should we move on?
They're such wonderful characters. Yeah. I certainly think we can spend less time on the rest of the characters, but there's still lots of great things to say.
Here's the thing too. Those three were through both chapters, and they're kind of our protagonists. There was a lot to unpack.
Right. So we get the most content about them, but we get the man who stole the show.
The divorce so bad, the TV got depression. I love this doofus,
Mr. Antenna.
dude. I was alluding to it earlier, but like Tenna as a character feels like Toby removed his limiters. like we thought Queen was wacky and insane, and then just Tenna was like Toby going full like, nope, we're gonna get as weird as we can with this one.
Oh, I'm gonna come out of the gates and just say this. Tenna is our best main chapter antagonist so far.
Yup.
Like, without question. He's got so much personality. He's freaking hilarious. He's got so much lore hidden under the hood about him. Everything from, like, the little text gags.
Yes!
The little messages with the big fancy fonts that play the sound effects.
Yup. I love how extra animated he is.
Mm-hmm. Cabbage patching at the speed of light. Just
Yup. Like,
Or the animation when he puts on the suit and he's got the cane and he's tap dancing.
He's doing the Charleston.
Yeah, the Charleston.
Or like his like spin kick, or no, his like what kick is that he does? The kick that he does.
Oh yeah, because there's like the gag where the credits are rolling, and then he does like the high kick and like knocks it off the screen.
It's so like the animation is so needlessly fluid on it. And he just looks so like visually distinct from everything.
Mm-hmm. It's the Donkey Kong Country technique of rendering a 3D model and then digitizing an image of like the individual frames of the model moving to make sprites.
Mm-hmm. Also, I have to thank him for the Peepus egg that does nothing.
The Peepus.
Toby has taken that stupid bit and just run with it and has like, this is my bit now. Because I want to say the original was just like, it was Vine, and I want to say it was like Griffin McElroy of like looking at like a thing, like a sign that just said Peepus Room. And then Toby's just like, this is the funniest word to exist, and it is now my word.
I am now putting this everywhere.
Again, I think Toby removed his limiters when he created Tenna.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's even the fact now that like the Peepus, the little blue eggs, now have like insane lore implications to them. And his ties with, because that's the thing too, because once again I messed up, I loaded the wrong save, so I did not have the deal maker, so instead of getting the spamped antenna encounter, like I got Tenna getting made fun of and booed for having a Peepus. And I just oh my goodness. But also his boss fight was so insanely fun. It's one of the best bosses. Like, everything about Tenna is so amazing. The fact that it, like, WarioWare style reaches that point where it's just cutting through all the minigames.
Yep. Dude, and it gets so hectic and fast and wild.
Mm-hmm. That final gauntlet of minigames when it just like cuts every like 2 seconds.
Well, because there's the Wild West minigame where you shoot the Tennas, and then suddenly he's shooting at you.
And yeah, and you gotta move to avoid his shots.
It's that one like the one comic that I sent you of like Kris, Ralsei, and Susie like hiding, and it just Ralsei's like, Kris, I think that was a real gun, and then it just Susie like, Kris, I think that was a real gun.
Yo, I am so lucky that the rhythm minigame was very simple.
Yup.
Because I am so bad at rhythm games.
I actually, here's the thing too, because my wife hasn't. She's waiting until all the chapters come out.
Like a fool.
Yes. But she did see it. She's like, can I try it? And she's like, this is the only thing I know about this game, and I really want to play it. Because she's like, that was so much fun.
Honestly, with the ending of Chapter 4 alone, I'm like, this won't feel the same to somebody that plays it all in a row as it would to somebody that's gotta wait.
Even being able to just go from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 right away just felt different.
Uh-huh.
Could you imagine if we had to wait like 2 years after the end of Chapter 3?
It would have been too much. Especially because the entirety of Chapter 3 takes place in the Dark World.
Mm-hmm.
So you never get to, like, do any of the other...
the home stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, though. I love this doofus, man. Tenna is so fun.
He's such a fun character. And it's the... We're seeing this as a recurring theme now of... amongst, like, the main villains of all the chapters. There's a continuing theme of Darkners being abandoned and then developing their own sense of right and wrong, kind of like what's happening with Ralsei, like developing his own self.
Yep.
And because of that, they end up being too extreme and taking things too far. But it starts with that, like, resentment.
It is so interesting how Tenna is so similar and yet different to any other antagonist. Like he feels like a combination of Queen and King.
I'd say even a bit of Spamton in there.
And a bit of Spamton too, yeah.
Because, I mean, he was directly involved with Spamton, but, like, his character feels like Spamton if he wasn't broken.
Yes.
But also, yeah, just all the tomfoolery, like Queen, all of the bitterness and, like, resentment that's built up over the years, like King.
Mm-hmm. But, like, the thing, too, is that, like, it feels like he's in the middle of his breakdown. Where, like... King has reached his breaking point, and now he is broken and just angry and hates everything. Queen, like, was wacky and goofy and silly, but, like, you know, she didn't feel like she was broken.
But there was a degree of her developing her own self and trying to take matters into her own hands, which created the problems. Because she very much loved and was also loved and cared for by Noelle. But the development of herself turned into this, I know what's best for her and I need to make this happen, as opposed to, you know, the narrative of what Darkners should be doing, which is just serving the Lightners. Mm-hmm. And we see that happening to Ralsei, which is crazy. But
I know. Just, Tenna's such an interesting character. There's so much to dissect with him.
Fascinating.
It also makes me sad that, like, all anyone cares about is his ties to Spamton being his ex. Because,
I mean, there's a lot there, though.
There's a lot there. There is history there, and it's fascinating to think about. It just makes me sad that that's all anyone wants to talk about. And I'm like, okay, can we talk about just Tenna by himself?
Right.
Because Tenna by himself is such a complicated and interesting topic, and I feel like people are still just scratching the surface.
Yeah, Tenna as a character comprises the whole of what you were saying about the two sides of Toby, where it's either this, like, deep narrative building 4D chess move or just a stupid meme. Because, like, Tenna is both of those things.
Yep.
He has the deep backstory, but also the stupid fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about the gag with the where you get the T rank room, and he's doing the TV pose, which is just T pose with your arms, and then hold out your fingers in the shape of a V, and you're a TV.
Yep.
Silly dumb gags like that. Tenna's great.
I love Tenna so much. Well, we should probably talk about some of the other characters in this.
Yep.
In this game.
Yeah, Tenna kind of dominates the conversation in terms of what goes on in Chapter 3, but there are some funny background characters.
Yep.
Like Lanino and El Nina, who people can't pronounce their names correctly because they look like Spanish.
Everyone adds an Enye to their names, and I'm like, no. And it's even funnier how, like, their names don't work in Spanish.
Right, they flip the gendered articles on them, because it should be, you know, like La Nina and El Nino.
Yeah.
But then they switch them, like, so it's La Nino and El Nina.
Yep. Oh, it's so good.
I like that.
Their designs are great.
Did you know, so it's not just Toby being random and, like, messing with Spanish words, but there actually is some context to their names.
Really?
Yeah, there's something about weather patterns. I knew I should have studied this out better and done something, but, like, El Nino and La Nina are, like, used to describe, like, a specific facet of weather.
Right! I did hear something about this.
And so how those two are, like, the weather duo.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so funny that one is a rain cloud and the other's the moon, and how there's not cohesion between the themes.
Yeah.
Because and then there's, like, the part where, like, Rules makes the joke, like, the sun and the moon. And it's like, wait, you're not even the sun. You're a rain cloud. What's going on?
Yup. Oh, man. Can I just say, Rules was so entertaining. His whole shtick of just inserting himself into this romantic thruple.
Rules was a friggin' ham in Chapter 3.
The man was built for TV.
Which is so funny because in universe nobody wants to look at him or give him the time. The gag with the laser pointer.
That's what I wrote in my notes, is just laser pointer.
So I have a laser pointer. Just moving the thing around, the attack follows. That had me weak the first time I saw it.
Dude, that killed me. It was so good. Like, that whole fight was just the wildest ride.
And the whole thing about how he's trying to create the battle thruple. And then it's like, you guys aren't in a relationship? And they're like, no!
No.
We're just a team. It's not like that.
Like, the thing how, like, you get Lancer to come in and help, and it's just... And then, like, they join your side, and then it's just like, oh, hey, these guys want to know when you're getting paid. Like, when you're going to pay them, and he just runs away.
These guys with really big guns want to know when they're getting paid.
Oh my god.
No, that's the other thing with La Nino and El Nina, is the, like, just the faces that they make.
When they start crying.
Like, I'm especially, like, El Nina with, like, the really doofy smile with her wide eyes, like,
yeah.
And then, yes, like, when they start crying, just buckets of
like,
tears.
Everything reminds me of him. I saw a wheel of cheese and it made me think of him.
Woo!
The little scream.
Little whistle sound. And then how they do, like, the sneeze afterwards. That's a gag that I didn't catch at, like, until, like, seeing a couple of playthroughs in, but the fact that, like, during Chapter 3, characters are sneezing all the time, and it's because the TV is dusty and unused.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, like, I think it's fair that I didn't catch that, because they never, like, explicitly say it, but, like, there's quite a few moments where characters sneeze in that chapter.
Yeah.
And it's, like, it's not just La Nina and El Nina, but definitely they have the funniest ones. But there's also, like, the guy, like, guarding the door, how he sneezes, and, like, it's because it's dusty.
That's brilliant.
And then also just Lancer in the game, the board, the adventure board.
Yep.
How you can pick up multiple Lancer controllers.
Yep. I've got 4 Lancers, because why not?
The fact that, like, when you get to the parts where you cycle between all the characters, you have to cycle through multiple Lancers because you have them all in your party.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's so funny. I also loved the gag with the stealth section that got scrapped.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And like especially that part where you're just running through the long hallway and more
Tenna's
men
guys
join your big crowd of people.
Yup.
Or what's the one with like the saxophone guys that don't talk? How there's like a whole bunch of them
shadow
that
guys.
joins. Yeah, the shadow guys, and how they
shred all their content, their contracts, and then they just shake your hand.
It's like the long line of them just shaking your hand and adding one recruit each time, and then just the huge wave of them all just like ding ding.
Yep.
So good. I get last one from me, and then I'll move on. I'm just thinking about a ton of these. The water cooler.
The water cooler.
That's one of my favorite
gags. Goodness. The music there is so terrifying and like. Oh my goodness.
You beg for mercy, but the water cooler shows none.
Yep. Well, then, like, after you recruit it, like, the two, the zappers, they're just like,
yeah.
Water is scarce. Wars will be fought over this.
It's so funny.
It's so good.
Or there's the thing with the, like, the cactus, the tsundere cactus. And how, like, if you flirt with the water cooler, then there's, like, the cactus behind the curtain. And it's like, oh, yeah, it's very happy for Kris. And the water cooler wishes them a lot of happiness. It's so, like, passive-aggressive.
I love stupid cactus.
Good fun. I don't know. Are there any other like NPC characters? Because we're gonna kind of move back to talking about the major characters at the end of the chapter.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. Like nothing really stood out to me specifically. Just
yeah,
like
that's fair.
there were some wacky characters in this chapter.
It was amazing how many gags they could just fit in there. How many silly characters.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go back to serious mode. Mm-hmm. Talk about the weird route of chapter 3. Or I guess the sword route, as people call it.
Yeah, this is how we were supposed to learn about the weird route.
Mm-hmm. But people were they caught on too quickly.
They caught on before Toby could release it. Oh boy.
It was so unsettling.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
it was.
I don't know, there's something about, like, haunted video games that's, like, when done right, it's such a cool concept.
And then the little Kris crawled out of the TV and came after me. Like...
It really was just creepypasta vibes, but also, like, the degree of, like, you're playing stuff and you're like, oh, this is what happens with Noelle in the weird route, and then it keeps going, and you're like, oh no, this hasn't happened yet. Stuff like how you gotta defeat the Ralsei and the Susie that are following you in order to level up enough to progress, and it's like... what's gonna happen?
I don't like these implications.
I'm not a fan of this. Don't make me have to do anything just to get another shadow crystal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, of course, the big boss at the end, whose name we don't necessarily know, but like it's to get the shadow mantle, and it's like we have the name of the music track to go off of, and I think some in-game files that says ERAM.
ERAM, yep. What an obnoxious little butt.
That little laugh sound.
I hated it so much, but like, it was fun. This is the thing too. This made me want to play old Zelda.
I mean, there's lots of good ones to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like the commitment to the classic Zelda style of gameplay, I think was really cool. And just the fact, because for most of it, you're just like, go here, stab the thing, level up, so you can stab the thing that's a higher level. The fact that we got a proper boss fight in this mode, I think was really cool.
This fight was so difficult, but like, I felt justified when we beat it. I was like, yes, this is great. And the fact that it's the Shadow Mantle.
Mm-hmm. It kind of is. It's not the Shadow Crystal boss of the chapter, but it, for all intents and purposes, it's the secret boss of this chapter.
It's definitely
and I like that
easier.
Yeah. Oh, and that's saying something, because I remember having to reset quite a bit fighting the mantle.
I was also going to say, because I love... It's not confirmed or anything. It's still in theory territory, but when Toby live streamed Chapter 1 of Deltarune, there's the bit where after you beat the king, his cape flies away, and Toby literally goes, "Cool mantle, bro."
Yep.
And I'm just like, are you serious?
And
he had it the whole time?
I believe that is literally the implication, that the Shadow Mantle we get here was something that King had.
Mm-hmm. And it's necessary. It's such a good piece of armor, especially for Chapter 4. And what comes before it.
Well, it protects you from dark and star magic, and it's like, there's so many enemies that use those. Like...
Dude.
And it also just gives you an absurd defense buff.
Yup.
Which you need to handle.
We're gonna
the next thing we're gonna talk about.
The Roaring Knight.
You're so close to getting your happy ending with Tenna, and then just slash.
The Roaring Knight literally stole the show from this chapter.
Made the craziest entrance in an already insane game. I think that's the first and most important thing I want to say about the Roaring Knight is the build-up was worth it.
Oh, yeah.
This is a villain that has so much aura.
Yup.
Painful. Positively painful boss fight. But so hype.
So... in my notes, I just have screw this fight. And I know I've said it multiple times on the show, but so that it's here in this episode under the context of, you know, me talking about this fight.
Yeah.
I was stuck on this fight for months.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because I loaded my wrong save file. So the first time I played through the chapter, I didn't S rank any of the boards. And of course I'd saved, I did the whole thing. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to save. And then I'm going to look up what I need to do to fight the secret boss and get the Shadow Crystal afterwards. Mm-hmm. And I looked it up, like a spoiler-free guide, and it was like, oh, you need to S-rank all the boards and do all the secret stuff. And I was like, dang it, I got to replay the whole thing. So I finished the chapter because I was like, I got to know how this ends. And then I redid the chapter and I reloaded the wrong save. So I did not have any of my armor from beating Jevil and Spampton.
Ugh.
So I'm like, great. I have to do the hardest fight in this game without the best armor in the game. This is going to be brutal.
Not to mention, down the line, if something happens where you do need all the shadow crystals, you might have to redo that fight again.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Because Chapter 3 takes place exclusively in the Dark World, I can't go to the spot and get the Shadow Crystal and the armors. Because there's a spot in town if you load a save where you...
Oh, but you're saying you...
I couldn't go there and get my Deal Maker and my Jevel's Tail.
No, but you can do that from a save point.
No, because it wasn't on that save. I loaded a save where I hadn't gotten those items.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If you hadn't gotten the items...
Not on that save. I had it on a different save. I had 2 different save files. One where I'd beaten them and I had them in my inventory, and one where I hadn't. And I loaded my Chapter 3 file from the wrong save. So I didn't have access to the armor because I didn't go to the spot and get them.
Right. But that's what I'm saying then. Do you not have a save file where you've beaten all the secret bosses up to there?
Yes, I have a save file where I have not done that. And I have not gone to the spot and gotten the Shadow Crystals.
Okay.
Because again, I had 2 of them and I loaded the wrong one. So I had to do this fight without the best armor in the game. And oh man, was it brutal.
It's bad. It's bad enough with the Shadow Mantle.
Yes.
And all the crazy equipment and whatever. Like, without, oof.
Yeah.
Still doable, but...
Like, my Ralsei...
No way is that fun.
My poor Ralsei was screwed for most of the fights. Just because...
Yeah.
I got really good at dodging some attacks. Specifically, it's the attack where they cut, like, the box in half.
Oh, see, that's the one that I never could get right. I think I struggled with that one more than any other move.
Well, also because it's inconsistent. Because, like, sometimes it'll be a vertical slice, sometimes it'll be horizontal. And it's never consistent. And then they start doing it diagonally.
Right, because it starts with they only split the screen one way the first time. Then they do the 2-way, and then they start including the diagonals on the third and all subsequent times they use the attack.
It's just it's the fact that it's not consistent, because I got really good at dodging the first attack. I got pretty decent at dodging what I call the hallway of swords.
Yeah.
And I got really good at dodging their, what is it, the one where, like, the red line appears?
Oh, yeah.
Like, where it spins?
Yep.
I got really good at dodging that. But the one where they cut the box, for whatever reason, gave me so much trouble.
Yeah, that's the toughest one, I think.
And the thing, too, is you gotta stay on the offensive.
You do, yeah, because otherwise you...
I got really good at timing the Rude Buster.
Yeah.
Because that was the other thing, too, is because I remember talking to you about it. You put the mantle on Kris.
Yes, so that way Kris could play... I just have them doing support and distributing the healing items. Because Kris could not do a lot of damage. I didn't, have a good weapon they could use. So I just made Kris the tank and had them distribute the healing items to Susie and Ralsei. So that way Ralsei could focus on defending and building TP, and then Susie could output Rude Busters to deal the most damage. Because no one else can deal any damage that really works.
Yeah. That's definitely a good strategy. I put it on Susie just because, I wanted her putting out damage even if my other 2 were down.
Right. Because that's the main thing. If you need to heal somebody and Susie's the only one standing, then you have to choose between reviving or doing an attack, and you can get caught in a pretty nasty heal loop.
Uh-huh. And that's the thing, though, is, Susie got me a lot closer a lot more times, though, because there were times where, I was out of healing items, and, Kris and Ralsei were down, and I was just I'm going to keep Susie going, because she can still take, 2 or 3 more hits.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to just have her go.
Oh yeah, the other part of my strategy with Kris as the tank, and the main reason I gave the Shadow Mantle to them is that the other item that I equipped to them was that one bow that increases the range of your graze, your bullet graze, to make it so I could build TP more easily without having to be precise with dodging. And the bow has a little less defense. So that was like part of my strategy. Was just to make it so I didn't have to do as much to graze. And then Kris handing out the healing items, Ralsei defending to get TP, and then Susie just laying into this thing with Rude Buster.
Yeah. The other thing too for me was the fact that I just did not have any free time to sit down and grind out this fight.
Yeah, having the free time, because I did this over like the Thanksgiving weekend. So I had tons of free time to just throw at this boss fight. You did not.
And like, even then I'd be like, oh, I finally have free time. I'm going to sit down and just grind this out. And then it would just be like 15 to 20 attempts that just I couldn't win.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, well, now it's, creeping into bedtime. If I don't want to be tired at work tomorrow, I have to stop here. And so I just, I got really good at dodging some of those attacks. And boy, did that song haunt my nightmares.
Yeah. I remember that track was stuck in my head for a long time after I'd played the game.
Yeah, no, this fight is literally the reason I couldn't put this game as my game of the year over the other two that I talked about. Was this fight specifically, and how much it just kicked my teeth in. So yeah, my notes, I have screw this fight, but I also have this fight freaking rules.
Yeah.
I know I've just been sitting here bad-mouthing it, but genuinely, this is one of the most visually interesting fights in the game so far.
Oh, I learned something about this fight that absolutely infuriated me for not knowing that this was a thing beforehand. But did you know there's a quick reset option to skip all the cutscenes and stuff and just keep trying the fight?
Oh yeah, I want to say I utilized it.
I did not.
Oh, so did you just reset the game every time you died?
I didn't know that it would play an alternate scene if I went back and redid the fight, reloading my save. I thought it would just go to the ending cutscene and play the credits every time. So every single time I would exit out of the game and then watch it boot back up, rewatch the cutscene where Tenna gets killed.
That would have destroyed me because
I didn't know that the cutscene would change and let you fast forward like a speedrunner. It's a very convenient and cool option, but I didn't know that it would do that. So I watched Tenna die so many times.
I am so sorry.
I was just watching a Let's Play of that fight earlier today. And I saw that was a thing, how you get the whole, the same text from the survey program at the beginning. Saying, oh, you persist. Would you like to go back and try again? And I was just so deflated upon seeing that. I could have saved so much time.
You probably would have beat it even faster than you already did if you...
I might have beat it in my first sitting of attempts that night if I didn't have to. Oh, it was awful.
The worst part is that there is special dialogue. So I died to the first time it used the full screen attack.
Yeah.
Where you gotta spin around, it starts shooting out the stars and then you gotta go around in a circle around the center.
The one that looks like the Hypergoner attack from Undertale.
Uh-huh. So I died to that attack.
Me
and there's
too.
actually dialogue where it's like, you were so close, just a little bit more. Do you want to try again? And I was like, are you kidding me? Freaking Gaster. I don't know that it's you, but I'm like 90% sure it's you.
Yeah, I did see that one. I do remember that.
That one made me so unbelievably angry.
That's the other thing, too. I got the finishing blow with Kris and not Susie.
That's interesting.
Because Susie was down. Kris was the only one standing. And it's the way that the boss is coded is that you just get the health down past a certain threshold, and then any single hit will count as the finishing blow. It's basically stuck at 1 HP when it uses the Hypergoner type attack. But I didn't know that was the case when I did that fight, and I had Kris standing, and I was sitting there debating, do I try and heal my party members and risk another run through whatever BS attack the knight has, or do I just YOLO take a swing with Kris and hope that's enough to beat the boss? And it was.
Yep. This fight was stressful, but oh my goodness. This fight was incredible, and the fact that it was something we could do was amazing.
This is one of the places that I wanted to talk about too, the flavor text during this fight. There are so many allusions to the fact that Kris has secret motives and is working with the knight here.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you keep trying to use the hold breath thing after you've used it the first time, it'll say like Kris smiled or something like that. Or the when you're able to land the final blow, there's different dialogue depending on whether or not Kris is up.
Ooh.
Like, if Kris is down and you can land the final hit, it'll say like, oh, the knight's what does it say? It's like I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically like the knight's defenses are down or something, and then you can land the final hit. But if Kris is up, it'll say something like the knight tilted its head to the side, kind of like, what are we doing here?
Oh my goodness. I know that, so the cutscene plays after you beat it, and it swoons both Susie and Ralsei, and then it does the thing where it kind of just pushes Kris down, and the name of the sprite, people have looked in the folder at the file names, and it just says Kris Knighted.
Whoa!
Did you not know that?
I did not know that. That's cool.
Yeah. The sprite that plays, because again, he doesn't swoon you. He just kind of like makes you kneel. And like the name of the sprite of Kris kneeling is Kris Knighted.
That's insane.
And that's why people are like, so are we the knight now?
Or is that just Toby's clever way of saying, like, the knight gotcha, but you're just, like, kneeling down and accepting it?
We're working together. The knight tilted its head. Yes.
There's also a comment, like, before the knight does, like, the big super attack, where the flavor text will say, like, Kris coughs. As if, like, signaling, do it now. Dude, these games are wild.
That's so wild.
Oh, I did also want to say, just because it pertains to our previous episode of my predictions, Undyne showed up in the Dark World. And then got kidnapped and became a very plot-relevant character. I was dead wrong. I was like, the Undertale characters are probably just going to be side content.
No.
And, like, Toriel is there in the Dark World in the first place, so...
I knew that!
We knew that one was the case because she was there when Kris makes the fountain. But I was definitely expecting... I was like, oh, she's just there in the gachapon. She's a plot MacGuffin, not actually going to be involved in the plot. But then Undyne showed up and just completely obliterated any trace of that theory. Undertale characters can and will.
Yeah, I want to know what Undyne's ties are to the door.
About that, because there's the symbols.
Yup.
Do you know what I think it is?
What?
I think the police badge symbol actually represents Asgore because he used to be the chief of police.
That's right. That makes sense.
But Undyne was still part of the police and became the chief of police after Asgore.
Step down. Yeah.
So my theory is that the symbol there and who really is supposed to have the code is Asgore. But I think like they saw Undyne and were like, well, next best thing. Let's
like this will
grab
work.
her.
Oh my goodness.
Also just the fact that the chapter doesn't end with sealing a fountain.
No, it doesn't.
I was not ready for that.
The chapter just ended and I was like, what the heck?
It also made me think we were going to have an entire chapter that was only in the Dark World and an entire chapter that was only in the Light World. That didn't happen.
Nope.
Chapter 4 is very long.
Yup. Do you want to start talking about chapter 4?
Yeah, let's get into it because we've got so much to discuss. For starters, the church.
Bangin' sermon, my man.
Bangin' sermon, my man. Dude, this opening scene was so much fun. I think this is one of my favorite depictions of the church-going experience in any video game.
Yup.
Like, especially, like, that feeling when you're a kid of, like, being in church seated next to, like, one of your friends.
And you're trying
like, kinda...
so hard to not cause problems, but also, like...
But, like, totally just wanting to goof off with your friend instead of pay attention.
The stickers.
Dude,
that's the thing, too. There is so much optional dialogue in that segment.
Yes. It's crazy. It branches at so many points.
Because, like, it's based on the stuff that you have in your inventory.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many things that you could do.
Look for fun in your pockets.
Oh, my goodness. But, yeah. I think bangin' sermon in my man might have been my favorite dialogue option in the entire game.
Oh, you know what else was too real about that experience? Was Caddy speaking, being like the first speaker.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Because there is, like, I get, like, people with different religious backgrounds may not have experienced this, but for us growing up, when you are in the type of church that specifically, like, selects members of the church or, like, people from the congregation to speak, you get, like, more often than not, like, if the person is too nervous to speak, then usually they're just reading flat information off a piece of paper. But a lot of times you get speakers that's like, you get their personality kind of like overtaking the sermon. And so Caddy just being like, oh, don't worry, I totally memorized the whole thing. And then she gets up there and she's like, oh no, never mind, I forgot it all. But there's like a prophecy and there's like the heroes and the angel and just it's just rambly.
It's so rambly and there's so much of it.
It was so real.
That was...
I'm like, I have to know what Toby's experience with religion is, because that is such an accurate depiction. Like, it's also kind of silly and, like, definitely meant to be more goofy than, like, actually, you know, seriously churchy or anything. But, like, there is so much about that I was like, has Toby ever been to church? Because, like, this This is too accurate.
I'm like, this is a little too real for me.
It's so funny. This is like one of my favorite scenes in like all 4 chapters.
And also the fact that we've reused Toriel's Undertale sprites.
Uh-huh. But it's like
it's her choir
ruins,
robes.
Yeah, her ruins robes are like the choir robes associated with the church, and they got the Deltarune on them.
Oh,
so
dude.
we get to see like the other people in the choir wearing them, like Noelle. And also like the hymn at the beginning when they're like singing the Deltarune, the game's main theme, but it's all like choral. Oh, it's so cool.
It was so good.
I don't know how many people are like popping off for like church representation in video games, but I was really into it.
Dude, it was great.
Oh, and not to mention like the afterwards, like their version of communion, so to speak, or like sacrament or whatever.
Afterwards
is like they've got the juice balls, and you just kind of hang out and.
The segment of Kris and Susie dumping the juice in each other's mouth.
It's such an amazing visual.
It was so funny.
It's so funny.
The bit where Susie walks up to Noelle and Noelle just spits out her juice.
Yes. Holy moly.
Was glorious. Also, just the thought of like, oh yeah, we could go caroling sometime, and then just all 3 of them, Kris will sing swears.
Yep. This is like a very known thing about Kris.
That Kris would do it.
They all just in a row, Kris will sing swears. That Toriel's exchange with Rudy as well.
Oh my goodness.
Like, again, that's also like too real, like the church experience, like people having their little gossip in the corner after the service.
Know!
Like, but just like their whole dialogue, like, your wife, Carol, your wife, like, won't call her by name, supporting my husband.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez, that whole scene was just absolute. It's a treasure. Toby Fox is amazing.
Toby Fox. You said it in the previous chapters, the video that we did, but that all of Toby's writing comes from like experience. Like, this is a man who has lived life,
right?
And he's drawing on that experience. And so everything just feels
and clearly
real.
Like if not his own experience, there must be like friends and like their stories that they've told him or something, because it's all too real, and it's so like diverse in the ways that it's too real.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other one with Alphys? When you make the drink, you can just drink it right in front of her.
She's like, oh man, I'm so parched. I don't want Susie to judge me. And it's like, oh, did you get that for me? You just, no, it's for me.
Drink.
Anyway, what's up?
Throw it down in front of her. The cup.
It's so funny.
Oh, holy smokes.
And then of course there's we go to Noelle's house.
Oh. And it's,
or we can leave Noelle to sit.
That's right.
And wait. And so what we do? Oh, we just went and had a tea party.
And she's like, "Oh, okay, without me, yeah."
The whole bit of like, once you're like, you walk over and Noelle is following you. If you try to leave, she's like, "Kris, do not ruin this for me."
Oh, Noelle is so thirsty, and it is so funny.
It's so unbelievably funny.
That's chapter 4 is the gift that keeps on giving, because like I loved that church scene, but then going to Noelle's house immediately after and just
I still love her. This part of the game was so much fun.
The malfunctioning Santas.
Kris, it's like, well, the thing is, we need to change their batteries, but Kris glued the battery cover on in an attempt to starve them. Once again, Kris is just a cryptid.
It's shambling zombie kid.
It's so funny.
I love the touch how like when you activate the Santas, how their ho ho ho's are in time with the music.
Yeah. Dude, there's so much dialogue in this bit.
It's wild, and so much of it is skippable too.
I know. That's the thing is, I went through everything, and I was like, I hit this point where I was like, I'm gonna have to look this up on YouTube. Because there is so much here, and it is getting late, and I haven't even started the Dark World yet. I also love that if you go over to Noelle's desk, it says like you instinctively took a pencil from her desk. And then you have a candy cane sword in the Dark World. And I like again, you learn so much about Kris and Noelle's dynamic as kids.
Yeah.
And how just like there's so much history there. Oh, and I live for it.
We also get an in-universe Among Us reference from Noelle.
Again, she's a gamer, and the fact that you can just nice reference. What do you mean? I'll stop talking now.
And then you, the red soul, go into the vent to do suspicious activities.
Oh my goodness. The amount of conversations you can listen in on are so... Oh my goodness. It's so good.
That was... You posted the funny little comic about it, but that was absolutely me. The whole time I was there, I was just watching Susie and Noelle hang out, and I was like, I don't want to interrupt a second of this. Like, I will not advance until the conversation's done.
Much like Caddy's sermon, like, it
Yeah,
just
that
keeps
too.
going.
It's...
I'm just like, oh man.
Oh, I wish Noelle only the best. She deserves nothing but goodness in her life.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And instead of that, she gets her mom.
We get to meet Carol for the first time. What a freaking entrance.
10 out of 10 an introduction to a character. That is, for all of, like, the horrors and the insane close calls we experience in the Dark World, this is genuine fear, and it's in the light world, where none of the fantasy stuff is happening.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute terror when she sets foot in that door. And though her theme song, how it's slowed down sleigh bells, so it sounds like this really, like, eerie, breathy noise. It's creepy as all get out, and I loved it.
It's the fact that, like, when you go to leave, she puts a hand on your shoulder. It's like your shoulder feels like ice. You're just like, oh my goodness. And again, we only just met her. I'm trying to get a read on her.
Yep. We've
again,
gotten a lot of supplementary comments from other people about the kind of person that she is.
And a lot of, like, our understanding of her is heavily biased by how Noelle perceives her.
Mm-hmm.
From what we know about Chapter 2 and kind of her relationship with Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of double speak. I said it back then. That there's a lot of double speak.
Yeah.
About like Noelle saying like her, and you're like, oh, you mean Queen, and it's like, no, her mom.
Yeah. Well, and we get the comments as well from Rudy and Toriel and Asgore.
Yup.
The little bits like Rudy saying like, oh, like without me there to balance out the energy of the room, like she can be really tough on Noelle.
Mm-hmm. It does make me wonder what the dynamic is like with Rudy there.
True, because like how did they get married and have 2 kids?
I know. Well, and see, that's the thing too. Right now, we have so little to go off of Carol. And I have theories, but they are theories, and I will save them for the theory segment. Mm-hmm. But we do know that, like, she is in a very upsetting position, and she is very antagonistic towards Susie. And Susie has the balls.
She is afraid of nothing.
Nothing.
The thing that has me the most suspicious of her is the alternate ending you get of chapter 4 if you do the weird route.
Mm-hmm.
How almost happier she is with the outcome. Is like, hey, you're taking Noelle to the festival. And I'm like, why? Why is this? Why are you okay with this? Why are you wanting things to happen this way?
No.
It's too early to make an exact judgment call on her character, but she scares me.
Oh, dude, yes. I will hold off until we talk about theories.
Right.
But, like, I have feelings about her as a character and just...
Yep.
Nothing's confirmed, and so I'm like, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to feel. She just scares me. We know that she is the one that calls Kris on their phone because, like, Kris gives an update about, like, Susie has the guitar, and she's like, I will be there shortly. And then that's when she enters.
I have some thoughts about those phone calls too, but that's kind of more for theory territory.
We'll talk in theories.
Welcome to the running theme of this episode is just this character's really cool. Can't elaborate.
just we'll save it for when because we'll have a section where we talk about all the theories we have because
no, it's again, it speaks to the realism of Toby's writing. Like, if you've ever had those moments of, like good parent on a bad day or abusive parent, whatever, just when an angry parent comes home and sucks all the life out of the room, it's the worst feeling in the world, and Toby was spot on with how he got that.
Horrifying. Utterly horrifying. Gosh, it's so good.
Jeez. That is, like, we saw the Knight show up in chapter 3, and I'm like, this is the most insane, like, villain reveal of all time. And then Carol comes in and one-ups it.
Dude.
Nightmare fuel. Good stuff.
Yep.
All right. As we all know, the way the plot progresses, there ends up being a dark world in the church. And so we start exploring.
Pick up that phone, because I called it.
Yep, you were spot on.
I had a feeling, because I was like, we can't get in there. And I feel like that is where we're going to go.
Yep. It just made too much sense.
Yep.
But I did not call it. You called it, and then I was like, oh yeah.
But yeah, there's a dark world in the church, and
the music's insanely good there.
the music is good.
The
art
characters
is
are wild.
good. Oh my gosh.
And first and foremost, I just want to say, you shouldn't come here. Jackenstein!
In the spirit of us and our podcast, you're taking too long. I adore this fight. This is possibly the hardest I have laughed in the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Jackenstein and Gerson were some needed levity with how heavy everything had been up to this point.
For real.
And oh my goodness, I just adore how unabashedly silly this encounter is.
It's all the references to all the stupid stuff. There's Zelda CDI. There's Half-Life Full Life Consequences. There's references to really terrible Half-Life fan fiction.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Mamma Mia, the you're taking too long.
Mamma
Mia.
I watched somebody do a Let's Play, and after, like they were like voicing the character, and then after the first Mamma Mia, they pivoted and gave him an Italian accent.
Oh, jeez. It's the funniest boss fight in the entire game, and it's like maybe one of the funniest boss fights in gaming history. Mm-hmm. All the variations on the "you're taking too long." Because I remember, like, my only bit of knowledge coming into this, into Chapter 4, with my friends, we'd finished Chapter 3 and then stopped. I had seen a picture of a pumpkin with the text, "You're taking too long." And I had no other context.
I had seen, just like out of the corner of my eye, a thumbnail that had like Jackenstein there, but I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah. And so the fact that we get this, it feels like a spin on Pac-Man, almost.
Almost!
Where, like, instead of just, like, running from ghosts and collecting the dots and everything, it's like there's a maze with, like, a path for you, but you pick up all the bits of light along the way to, like, fill your TP. And then just, "You're taking too long." Pumpkin chases you.
I'll never forget, because when I played it, so Thursday nights, my wife and my sister-in-law, they hang out. Mm-hmm. And they'd, for a couple of weeks, she'd been coming over to our house, and they were having like movie marathons. And so they were like, "Hey, do you want to watch a movie with us?" And I was like, "No, I want to sit down and play more Deltarune, because I finally beat this boss, and I want to play Chapter 4 now." And so, like, I was just alone in my bedroom, just playing it on the Switch. And I, like, was dying, because, like, I didn't want to disturb them in their movie night. But this was, like, some of the hardest I'd ever laughed. And just, like, all of the variations. And I was like, I can't disturb them, because, like, they're going to come in and be like, "What are you laughing about?" And I wouldn't be able to explain it.
Even if you could explain it, you'd have to not spoil it for your wife.
I know. And I'm so looking forward to when my wife finally plays Deltarune and gets to that bit.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, I literally had tears streaming down my face. I was laughing so hard. The tutu.
Your tutu.
You're taking tutu.
Yeah. Or the little one just, "You're taking too long. You're taking too long. Is taking too long."
Like, Toby essentially just made a YouTube poop.
He did, and that's the other thing. Like, somebody made, like, a YouTube poop music video of that song with just, like, all the CDI stuff, all the references to whatever random media, just, like, to the beat. Lots of, like, Morshu from CDI.
Uh-huh.
And it's even, like, he literally, like, you dare bring light into my lair?
This place of perfect dark. You're too bright.
Mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia.
It's like this.
Not to mention the foreshadowing from Tenna in chapter 3.
Yup.
Where he sees Spamton, he starts freaking out. He's like, Mamma mia, what, Mamma mia, what the mia, Mamma, the... And so you see that here.
Oh my goodness. No, yeah. Jack and Stein. And then the fact that he's just adorable.
He's just such a sweet, gentle giant character.
Uh-huh.
I love him with all my heart. I would protect him to my dying breath. And also, he protects you to your dying breath during the final stretch of the chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Which is so cool.
The fact that his boss fight music is was it Spook Tune?
Yes, Spook Tune from Undertale.
From Undertale.
Napstablook finally got to cook.
Oh my goodness, it was great. Yep, I love him.
This is peak. Or the fact that you find the pumpkin later on in the level. It's like, should we tell it a joke or tell it a story?
Yup, and then Ralsei...
You try to tell a joke, he laughs too early.
And then Ralsei starts telling, like, a rambling, like, joke with a lot of setup, and then he just, you're taking too long, and then leaves.
Yup. Toby Fox is the funniest man alive.
He is.
I'm so mad at myself for being so critical of the humor when we did our first episode, because I'm just so, like, ride or die with this level of silliness now. I don't know what I was thinking back then.
Yeah.
But you know what the difference is between me back then and me now?
I'm old!
It's Garrison!
Listen, Garrison is my favorite in this chapter.
He is such a hype character, and I'm not just talking about the battle. I'm like as a whole.
I genuinely aspire to be like Garrison when I'm old.
Yes.
That, like, smarter than I let on, and just, like, genuinely helpful, but also just having the most fun. Or just
unbelievably silly and cool simultaneously.
Him coming into the middle of the battle. Are you winning, kids? Oh my goodness. And, like, every single interaction between him and Susie is perfection.
It's incredible writing. That's the thing. I feel like Garrison best embodies Toby's approach to, like, game design and storytelling out of maybe any character, because, you know, he's so wise in the way that he's leading players towards leading the characters towards secrets without, like, giving it away, so you can feel like you figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the whole way that it's almost kind of like our first time seeing Yoda in Empire Strikes Back.
Yes!
How he's playing the fool to try and teach a lesson.
Nope, that's exactly it.
Oh, it's so good. The way he helps, like, guide Susie to, like, figuring everything out. And then they, like, build this camaraderie with each other.
It's so good. It's so stinking good. And then that's not even getting to the fight that you have with him.
This absolute unit of a man. I love the constantly spammed like running joke in the fandom, like Garrison Solo's fiction. This one man could be all.
He is the embodiment of the meme, like, please stop praying for my grandpa. He is too powerful.
And this happens at the church level.
I know! No, but, like, even before we actually met him, like, I vibed with Garrison, because, like, his bench.
Yes.
And, like, the whole thing about how he... You know, like, because the bench is, like, some of my best ideas came from dreams. And so, like, if you're tired, take a nap over here, like, on this bench. And if anyone asks, you're writing. And it's so just, like, perfection. And, like, he has these, like, unhinged roundabout ways of getting an idea across. And that there is no, like, right answer.
Yeah.
And all of his... Every bit of his dialogue in the fight is so good. Because, like... So, first there's the layer of the fact that he just spoiled all of the chapters except the last one.
Yeah.
And the fact that we now know that we are going to go into Asgore's house because of the Field of Flowers in Chapter 5. It's absolutely genius. But also, I love the fact... And I've noticed Toby, like, championing this idea. That, like, he supports people making their own endings and their own interpretations of things.
Yeah.
Like... Because he talks about how, like, yeah, the guy that wrote this, like, it consumed his life, and then he never wrote an ending to this story. And he's like, and it was right there for anyone to pick up the pen and do it, like, write their own ending. And they wouldn't do it. And then, you know, he's like, Susie, what kind of ending do you want? And I know that, like, also in the... When he did the 10th anniversary live stream of Undertale, he talked about how Toby talked about how he wanted people to make alternate universes and different takes and interpretations. And I'm like, this is how you write a story. That you have, like, a clear idea in mind, but then once you release it to the public, it is theirs to interpret and change how they want to. And I'm like... I love this so much. I love this stinking turtle.
It feels like his sole goal in life is to bring out the best in everyone and everything that he meets. It's a very, like, concerted effort to be as himself as possible. And let that, like, shine onto other people and inspire them to be themselves. And then, yeah, just his whole dealings with Susie. There's, like, the legendary axe and all that. And just him being like, all right, if you can cut a single hair off my head, you can have it. And just how that begins.
I also like that he has a shadow crystal and was like, yeah, I was told to use this, but I didn't want to. It just felt evil and wrong, so I'm not gonna. Here you go, you can have it. Like... And I'm just like, the fact that he was as insane as he was, but, like, it also is a testament to the level of control that he has.
Yeah.
He's, like, the fun kind of insane. Like, the very intelligent kind of insanity.
A mad genius.
And yet, that's the other thing, too, though, is that, like, I love, too, that even though he is, like, this crazy old man who's secretly, like, super wise, he still has regrets in his life. The whole encounter and everything with him is, like... him trying to write this letter to express to his son how much he loves and cares for him, and that his son will be great regardless of what he does, if he just does his best.
Yeah.
So good. Also, one of the best gags is when you're escorting him and he's moving so slow.
Yeah.
I just, Ralsei and Susie run off ahead and he goes, oh, I better catch up. And then he takes off like ridiculous speed.
It's like you're waiting on him to move and then he ends up leaving you in the dust.
The fact that like he recruits the enemies and then he's like, well, you gotta buy stuff from my shop. I got mouths to feed. These guys. He's so unbelievably funny. The fact that he's like, oops, I dropped my cane. Can you pick it up for me? And then it's like, hey, here's where you stand to dodge this bullet pattern. Mm-hmm. It's so unbelievably good. Everything about him is incredible.
It is. The thing that I love too, he was so well built up from everything in the previous chapters as well. You're just... Because you don't necessarily expect to see him, because in terms of the light world, he's already dead at the start of the game. But his legacy is just hanging over the town. You will always run into some little tidbit about him, because he was such an important man. And so the fact that this legend is built up, you see things like Alvin and his struggle without his dad being there, and how he's trying to be the best person that he can be.
He's trying to fill those very large shoes.
Mm-hmm. And so we get all this build-up, and then when he's actually here, it just pays off. And he is exactly the kind of person that you were told that he is, and then some. I think, too, the scene with the tea party.
Yeah!
That's another one that really stuck out to me. The way that, like, because most of his time and attention is focused on Susie, but he stops to take a moment to check in with Kris as well.
Yeah. And just, like, the encounter with him, like, writing the letter, and, like, when Susie goes off and talks with him, and there's, like, the puzzle, and he's like, well, grab a pen and paper. Start copying it down.
So cool.
I love this old man.
Oh, you know, I didn't list this as a separate character, but it's pertaining to him, but the fight with that copy...
Yeah.
That was super creepy.
Oh my goodness, that was horrifying.
But that was my brand of emotionally upsetting.
Well, and it's the fact that after that point, you never encounter him again until the finale.
Yep. Until he shows up right at the end.
Oh, man.
Oh. Speaking of showing up right at the end.
Yeah!
The fact that, like, all throughout this adventure, you're chasing down the night. And the night is just tormenting you. And you're finally at this point where Susie is thinking, like, oh, we've got you beat. Like, we don't even have to fight you. We just got to get around you and seal the fountain, and then you're toast. And then the night opens a second fountain.
Night opens, like, 5 more.
Yeah, the thing we were explicitly warned not to do by Ralsei in Chapter 2.
The thing that I was sitting here going, this isn't going to happen until Chapter 7 or 6.
Yes! I'm like, they're foreshadowing the final boss. And then we're only at the halfway point.
And the thing, too, this fight was so cool, and this was just one Titan.
The Titan is so cool.
This was incredible.
The most insane combination of animation, music, video game mechanics, everything goes nuts at this part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
The way that, like, all throughout they're building and building upon the tower climbing mechanics. So you get the huge Titan pillar to climb up.
All of the stuff we learned from Jack and Stein about the light.
Yep, building TP, using light to purify...
To purify the darkness. This is also, like, one of the enemies that you can't spare. You have to...
Mm-hmm.
You can either choose to purify them with light and seal them that way, or you can actually choose to fight them.
Mm-hmm. And there's a kill count on your menu.
Yup.
Wild.
It's so crazy.
This whole section of the game is where I truly feel that the gloves came off with Toby.
Mm-hmm.
Everything before this was just him setting the stage, and now he's, like, as you were saying, the limiters came off and everything, but...
Yeah. Like, I meant
this
that
was
more in the goofy side, but this was, like, in the epic side of, like... This was so cool.
This is the moment where Toby truly proved just how much he's learned as a developer, how much he's improved as a developer is showcased here.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know...
The power and skills of his team that he's been helming.
Mm-hmm. Everyone involved in this did such an insane job with it. And it's still only the halfway point of this game.
Yeah, we're past the halfway point.
Right. But, like, this definitely marked a big turn in the story. And, gosh, just, like, the animation of, like, the Titan's fist bursting out of the pillar.
Yeah.
Or even when the knight opens the fountain and that huge, like, swirl of fire shoots out. The box art moment.
Yeah! Oh my goodness. It's just good. And just the levels of hype when like we're on the back foot and then Gerson shows up.
Mm-hmm.
And how, like, everything 180s after that point.
The fact that you essentially get your fight with the Titan, and then it just heals everything off.
Mm-hmm.
It pulls a Flowey. Heals off all the damage it took, and then it's just like, okay, do it again.
We can't, like, do enough damage, and it just starts healing.
Yeah.
And, like, the heals just get bigger and bigger, so it's like, okay, we can't feasibly do anything. Oh my goodness, it's so good.
And then you get that final push where Garrison shows up, and you just start hacking into it.
Mm-hmm.
And the gameplay-wise, the numbers of damage you're dealing are insane, because when you're fighting the knight in Chapter 3, it's, like, pretty amazing that Susie is able to hit over 100 damage with her Rude Buster.
Mm-hmm.
That's, like, impressive numbers. And then here, you're just swinging and dealing, like, thousands of damage on normal attacks. And then Susie's final, like, grabbing Kris and is like, I'm gonna throw you again like old times. Nah, screw it, I'm gonna slam dunk you into this thing.
Get dunked on!
Get dunked on!
Toby knew exactly what he was doing with that dialogue.
I love that shot as well of, like, when you dive into the Titan, and it's just Susie and Kris spinning around each other while they dive deeper down, and then, like, swirling around the soul. It's art.
Yep.
It's freaking art.
Yes, it is, and it's beautiful. The extra characters. You want to move on to...
Yeah, let's let's get these. Obviously, there's not as much that I have to say about each of these. I only have bullet points about very specific ones, but there's some cool stuff that you can do in the castle town.
Yeah. Good old Mike.
The Mike battle is amazing.
Here's the thing. Toby did the perfect thing with it. He struck the perfect balance of it. I'm glad it pays homage to all of the crazy fan theories.
Yes.
And also at the same time is a dumb, stupid gag.
It's somehow both, but it's not just like characters deconfirming stuff that were popular fan theories. He gave us a whole boss fight themed around this.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly will say I wouldn't dare do this on PC.
No.
Because of the way that it's controlled by your mic's volume. So you gotta scream to move.
Yeah.
That seems like too much. I'm perfectly content playing it on my Switch.
Yeah, but it's neat. And I'm glad... Because again, everyone was like, no, Mike is the most important mystery thing. He's going to be the secret boss of Chapter 3. And I was like, I hope Mike is nothing. And so the fact that it's well, it's a special optional thing for Chapter 4.
Uh-huh.
That does pay homage to all of, the crazy, insane theories that people had. But also, it's Toby just being nah, man, it's just me being silly.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that.
The other thing that's so great about it is that it still doesn't completely deconfirm the existence of a nebulous Mike character who could be pulling the strings. It just makes you want to double down on your theories.
Well, so did you see what happens if you go off into the room when you're by yourself and you see the giant just PNG of a microphone?
Yes.
And I that's what I mean by it being a dumb gag. It just makes me so happy.
And there's the whole thing too about now on the Deltarune Undertale newsletter, how you can see stuff how the mics that are all hanging out there have the cork board, and there's the Pippin one that's
yup.
that's in it for all the fan theory stuff, and then the other two are kind of just horsing around and not taking him seriously.
Yup. It's so funny.
I forget what the exact words are, but the names of all the minigames you play with them are messed up French words.
Jongler.
and so you get stuff like jongler and pluie.
Pluie.
And the fact that the Mad Lad snuck in the secret boss leitmotif in the airwaves track during the one mini game, and people are scrambling to figure out what it means.
It's probably just Toby being silly.
It is, but it's everyone calls it the freedom motif. But I'm still kind of holding my ground that, that's a fan-decided term, and that, there's something that we don't completely understand that it means yet. And this is just a funnier inference of whatever it means.
Mm-hmm. And I bet you Toby's doing it intentionally.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely he put it in there to screw with us, because we've all noticed it.
That's him.
Freaking Pluie.
That's didn't he tweet? Didn't Toby put out a tweet or something that it was dude, we added Pluie to Deltarune. And we're okay, what does this mean?
I think, because I think his first tweet was due to due to development cuts, we have to remove Pluie from the game. And everyone was what does this mean? And then there was another tweet later, it's actually, we are going to have Pluie in the game. And people are what does this mean?
What does this mean?
Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
It's so funny.
The fact that there's like the microphone mic that people were theorizing on. There's the cowboy mic because of that stupid Woody theory that's
Friends inside.
and then there's the cat mic that's like
Based on the...
We still don't completely understand the obsession with cats in this game.
Well, because it's based off of the one friend.
Right. Which we'll talk about device friend when we get to theory territory.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah. I'm almost ready. There's one other thing, was just the ending to the chapter.
Oh, of course.
Actually,
boy. I guess while we're still talking Castletown, I think we've been going on for long enough, and I don't want to take too much time with this, so I'll kind of brush over the stuff quickly. But also at the Castletown, there's getting to see Ralsei's room for the first time.
That's right.
And how there's nothing in it. And so Susie is like, we're gonna get you some furniture because you're our friend. That whole scene was really sweet.
Yeah, and then it's ruined if you got the icy cryptid.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about
by
that.
process of elimination, this is the best thing in the room.
The thing that's funny is if you don't get the icy thing, then it's just a trash can. And that's still just as funny that it's by process of elimination. This is the best thing in the room.
It's so funny.
Oh, there's that. There's, once again, you get a checkup on King.
That's right.
And he gives us a very small lore drop about Jevil being the kingdom's court jester. Which is like, we don't learn anything necessarily new other than that King really took a liking to Jevil. But it's, you know what, there's so much spammed and plastered all over our faces, like, Jevil fans need this.
We need something. You beat him a long time ago.
My boy is drowning. This ain't about him.
Oh, man.
No, and then there's the gag with, like, Queen, and she got the huge speakers.
There's rules, like, sneaking into all of the rooms.
Oh yeah, pretending to be the lampshade, and it's like, any moment now, she will notice me.
And then he does the same thing in Tenna's room. There's the joke too, where he's like, I don't know how long that lamp's been here. Also, it's got a small butt.
The lesser dad.
He's like, how dare you?
Oh yeah, in Lancer's room, he's like digging a tunnel through the walls into this whole like back area.
Yup.
Oh, there's some good gags there. And as far as like lighteners, there's one last person I wanted to touch on because there's this little factoid that is super interesting to me that you may or may not have heard. But really quick, I just want to mention Asgore.
Yeah.
And how a lot of the clues that we've been given, both from Garrison and other things, the little bit of the prophecy saying the flower man trapped in asylum, there's a lot that's leaning on like, oh, Asgore's flower shop is the next chapter, and like he's going to be a big focus in the plot. Did you know about the file name for the prophecy?
Oh no.
And how it alludes to something else. Okay, so I get to drop this on you live.
Oh boy.
I will just read the name. So this is the icon, like the image of Asgore's portrait on the prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
The name of that file is PR_DW_Church Prophecy Boss 3 icon.
Oh.
And this is important because the previous boss characters that get portraits in the prophecy, Queen and Tenna, are respectively labeled Boss 1 and Boss 2.
Huh.
So it is possible that Asgore might even be, for whatever reason that we don't understand yet, the main antagonist of Chapter 5. Like, the main, like, person that we're fighting against. And potentially a boss fight against Asgore.
Huh.
That is so interesting to me. I'm like, how would that work? But also, like, we've had an Asgore boss fight in Undertale.
Yeah.
Would they pull from that? Would they do something, like, very different with him? Is it not even that he's gonna be the next boss? Like, is it gonna be his flowers that we have to fight? Like...
Yeah, I don't know. Huh.
The fact that this file is labeled with the same conventions as the villains from the other two, like the other chapters, and there's not one in the prophecy for King. Otherwise, it probably would have had the same thing. But there's one for Queen, there's one for Tenna, and they're labeled Boss 1, Boss 2, and Asgore is labeled Boss 3 on this thing that's coming up in the next chapter.
Interesting.
I am so curious what Toby's gonna do with Asgore.
Oh my gosh, Chapter 5 can't come out soon enough.
It's this year.
It's this year.
Oh
boy.
Oh, jeez. All right. Now we can talk about the ending.
Yeah. That got too real.
Oh. Susie finding the prophecy. And, like, clearly, like, overplaying her confidence and being like, oh, that's not gonna happen. But, like, you can tell. And just Ralsei breaking down.
Mm-hmm.
And then even after sealing the fountain, just the song.
Yup.
Oh.
Place where it was raining. It's raining somewhere else.
Oh, jeez. That was like the emotional gut punch of a lifetime.
Yeah.
That whole section. And then just like... I feel so much for Kris in this moment.
So one of my favorite things, I was watching a Let's Play. It was a group of friends. Like...
Uh-huh.
I want to say it was Shenpai, and she had friends who'd already beaten the chapter. And when they got to the point, like, one of them was like, Kris, give me control. I've beaten him once, I can do it again.
Oh, that's so funny. Sans.
Sans
at your
Undertale.
house with Toriel, and Toriel just drunk as can be.
The implications, because obviously they don't say anything, but it's, dude.
The fact that, like, it just hurts my feelings that after so much horrible stuff that you've just been through with Ralsei and Susie, and then Kris just comes home and this slap in the face is waiting for them.
Mm-hmm. Specifically, it's the bit with the soul in the birdcage. You know, like, all right, we went to bed, soul's in the birdcage, and, like, hearing their text crawls, and just Kris, like, angrily tossing and turning, trying to, like, not listen to it.
Them just partying it up, and Kris just being like, I want to sleep. Leave me alone.
You can tell, too, because, you know, divorced parents and the weight of that on Kris.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they just want to be anywhere but there. Dealing with that. And it's so just... And it
And
sucks
then,
too,
like-
because
Yeah.
I want to like Sans, but also like, oh my dude. Especially like, we didn't talk about him earlier, but like, Susie's interactions with Sans are so funny.
He's such
Like
a troll.
Susie is the perfect target for Sans' shenanigans because he
Yeah.
can rage bait her so easily.
Yeah.
And she falls for it every time.
It's so true.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's so...
And it's like there's so much salt in the wound. There's the fact that like Susie shows up outside your house at night as well. And then Kris gets the phone call at the end, and it's just, you can see the walls closing in on them.
Mm-hmm.
And it just hurts my heart.
Again, I want to help Kris so badly.
I just want to
But I
see
know
Kris
that
have
they
a happy and healthy life.
I just want Kris to be happy because I'm so just worried about them. And again, it's Kris isn't telling us anything. Are they happy
Right.
for their mom and don't want to make her unhappy, but also probably still are like harboring feelings about their dad and everything that went down that we still don't know about?
Right. So much.
It's such a heavy ending. And then, of
It's-
course, just
yeah.
the dialogue being like, we're past the halfway point.
That is like the real, like, true kicker at the end. We get that credits scene, and the music during the credits really pops off. The whole chapter was popping off soundtrack wise,
Mm-hmm.
but like you feel the weight of it during those credits, and then we get our little check-in with the survey giver, presumably our good buddy Gaster.
My Deltarune. What does that mean?
There's something about that, just how much longer now. I feel that on such a deep level. There's something so profound about the way the music cuts and just like in game we don't know what it means and we're trying to figure out this mystery, but there's very much a unified community experience in seeing that and being like, when do we get the next part? When can we see the end of Deltarune?
I know.
Masterclass in game dev.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen a clip of somebody playing the game where they have not popped off at that whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, man. So you want to talk theories?
Yeah, let's talk theories. So where do you want to start?
Probably the most common one, the one that most people are talking about, is who is the knight?
Who is the knight? That is the
Because,
first one that
again,
I have listed.
Chapter 2, everyone was like, it's Kris. And I'm like, no, I don't think it's Kris.
No, yeah.
I think Kris is a red herring. And now that people are seeing it, there's a camp of people who are like, it's Carol. Because
Right.
she has a sword in her house.
Carol is one of the most, like, especially at launch, for these two chapters, that was one of the most prevailing theories.
Mm-hmm.
The other, and I'd argue even bigger camp,
Mm-hmm.
people think it's Des.
So, my theory.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's Des with an asterisk.
Okay.
Do you remember the fake Garrison?
Yes.
And what Ralsei said about somebody who's died can't be brought back in a dark world except under very specific circumstances. Very strong emotions and circumstances. And, like, I want to say it was Alvin's love towards his father that brought Garrison back. And so my prevailing theory is that the Knight is a perversion of Des, much like the one of the fake Garrison.
Yeah.
And sort of my theories involving Kris and Carol is I think they're trying to bring Des back.
Mm-hmm.
I think they think that Des might be dead, and they're trying to create something to bring Des back. And so the Knight, whatever we've been fighting against for the last 2 chapters, is like memories of Des, but they're twisted and wrong. And again, I don't have any more than this right now, but that's where my theory sits with the Knight.
Yeah. I remember there was one time during a car ride you told me that you had this theory, and we didn't like really go into the nitty gritty on it because we were going to record.
I needed to get it out into the air, so that I wasn't just keeping it bottled up for months. But I was like, I'll go into more detail then. But like that's my working theory right now.
Yeah. There is a lot about this theory that I certainly can believe. And certainly a lot that I want to believe about it. I definitely think that Des is the primary motivation for whatever Carol is doing.
I agree.
But the one thing that I sit on that still isn't clear to me, and again, any of this can be explained or hand-waved by Toby in a later chapter, so I try not to say anything too definitive. But the thing that still stops me from completely believing that is that we see the Knight exit into the light world. We don't see the Knight in the light world. So they certainly could have handed Undyne off to Carol or something. All we see by the time Susie and Kris get out back into the light world, Susie sees somebody running away in the distance, and then they get to the shelter before we do, and they slam the door. So I'm like, if it's like Des died, would that mean that she wouldn't be able to be in the light world? Or like if it's just the memory of Des or something.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. I think Carol is involved.
Yeah.
We also know that Kris can get into the shelter.
True.
Because of the end of chapter 3.
I do still interpret that ending as somebody on the inside opened the door for Kris, and not Kris inputting the codes and going in.
Yeah.
But regardless of which of those two things it could be, Kris has access to the shelter.
Yeah.
And also we know from the minigame that Kris tries to fight you from going into the virtual shelter.
Right.
Whether that's to prevent the player from seeing what's in there, or because there is something in there that Kris does not feel comfortable with. We'll have to wait and see on that front, but it's like, yeah. Yeah,
but most definitely there is some kind of promise made between Kris and Carol.
Yeah.
Like Kris is working for Carol. And it's probably something to do with Des. And whatever happened to Des.
Yeah, I certainly see this as some degree of Carol blackmailing Kris. That's my prevailing theory. But I imagine that Kris is working with her willingly because of whatever significance Des has on the situation. Like, if it's like you're saying they're trying to bring Des back, then, you know, obviously she's Kris's friend, so...
This also ties into whatever the prophecy is.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring about the prophecy, but I think also Kris is trying to get the best possible ending out of the prophecy.
Uh-huh. It's so funny in that sense, how it feels like we as the player are trying to do the same thing that Kris is doing, but we're going about it in very different ways.
Kris knows more than we do and won't tell us.
And it's creating friction between us because we are whatever Kris knows versus whatever we know. We're competing against each other to try and shape the outcome of the story.
See, and that's the thing too, is like, I wonder if Kris knows about the weird root. And that's why Kris is so heavily opposed to whatever it is we're doing.
Like, even if we don't necessarily do weird root stuff, they still know that it's possible.
Mm-hmm. And so they're like, okay, I need to stop this because you're, like, fast-tracking us towards this.
Yeah. I still have to wonder if they want Kris to have the human soul.
Yeah,
Is it part of their plan that this alternate soul is here and using Kris's body as a puppet? Or are we a wrench that's gotten into their plans that they're trying to work around?
It's hard to say. I think, and this is the problem too, I think we need more information because up to this point...
I think we do.
Like, up to chapter 2, we thought Kris was the knight.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think Kris is a red herring. I think we don't know who the knight is.
Right. I was definitely thinking that too.
There's also a theory that I saw that was very interesting. It was talking about the triple truces thing.
Oh, yeah.
In how, like, Queen is the mastermind, Birdley is the unsuspecting peon that thinks he's in control, but really he's being used. And then there's Kris, who's playing all of the sides. And, like, I guess somebody posed the theory about the knight and, like, Carol playing all of the sides, and then Asgore is, like, the unsuspecting peon who's being used.
Oh, yeah.
And again, like, I need more information, because we only have so much. But I feel like the gears are going to start turning in, like, the next chapter or two. That, like, we're going to know how things work.
Mm-hmm. So, rules card as the knight theory.
No. I do not believe... I think he is too stupid to be the knight.
But his initials are RK.
Yeah, and he's a moron.
And think about it. He's constantly talking about how he wants to be the second in command. No one would ever suspect him of being the big bad if he was just trying to be second in command.
Well, he's the knight. A knight is subservient to a king. I don't
His
know.
ambitions aren't lofty. Isn't that suspicious?
Yeah.
No, there's that. There's papyrus knight theory.
There's Toby Fox being the knight, which is...
This one's completely unfounded on anything. I do actually believe that in some capacity, Papyrus is working for Carol. But I don't think he's the knight, and I don't think it's anything related to the plot. I think it's related to, like, Carol being the mayor. And Papyrus is doing some kind of crap for the city that's, like, kept him busy.
I think Papyrus is going to show up at the end of chapter 7.
Oh.
And be irrelevant to everything.
That's cold, but also so possible.
Like he's gonna show up and be like, "Did you guys miss me? Like, what have you all been up to?"
Yeah.
Like, I am convinced that is what's gonna happen.
I don't know about Chapter 7, but, like, definitely, like, I think Papyrus is just gonna show up at a very ridiculous moment that's gonna catch everybody off guard, but also, like, not be
Relevant to anything.
the pivotal missing piece or anything like that. He's just gonna be as much of a gag character as Sans.
What was I gonna say? We mentioned it briefly, but Kris losing a hand.
Yes. It's gotta happen.
There's so much. There's like a whole optional thing of you climbing into the gachapon machine.
Yep.
And like looking through your hand and like losing your hand. There's the fact that like Susie is bleeding from her hand and like marks Ralsei's cheek.
Yep.
There's there's dialogue of Susie and Noelle talking about a horror movie of a guy that loses his hand. Kris is playing the piano as like an act of defiance, and I think they're afraid of losing their hands because they'll never be able to play piano again.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if part of the prophecy... Oh, there's the fact that like the first hero is the cage soul with human parts, and it's literally a heart with human hands.
Yeah, the hands going around the heart.
Yup. Like, I think, and maybe that's one of the reasons that Kris's motivations are to work with Carol, is that they are afraid of losing their hands.
Yeah, I feel like it's too early to comment on what the exact significance is, but I'm definitely predicting in one of these later chapters, Kris will lose a hand.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking it's not going to be till like chapter 7.
Yeah. It makes it chapter 7 or 6 is like my
like either
best bet.
Either like that is the note we end chapter 6 on, or it is chapter 7.
Yeah, that could be the cliffhanger on chapter 6.
I
won't marry myself to the idea, but it's definitely possible.
No. And again, it could just all be Toby just trying to scare us. But, like, there's so much of it, I feel like he's trying to hint towards it.
Yeah.
There's also the theory about Susie potentially not being one of the chosen heroes.
Yep.
Because the prophecy just says the girl.
The girl. And Noelle.
Yeah, like the art looks like it could be either Susie or Noelle. And my personal theory is that it depends on the normal or the weird route.
Yeah. That is a thing that I definitely agree with, is that the prophecy can be interpreted multiple ways depending on which route.
And because it's the idea that your choices don't matter, there's only... Because one of the things, too, that Toby marketed this game as is there's only one ending. And my personal belief is that the one ending is going to be us changing the prophecy. That regardless of which route we take, we'll get to the same destination of us changing the ending.
Okay.
But that is the one ending.
And
it's the fact that, like, because in chapter 4, we break the prophecy. And it's like, well, even if we, like, break the prophecy, it just comes back somewhere else. And so it's this idea that, like, we try and divert the course, and it just corrects to go a different way to the same outcome.
Yeah. I think another credible piece of Susie not being the girl in the prophecy is her conversation with Garrison, where, you know, he's talking about in terms of the Lord of the Hammer
Mm-hmm.
And that being an interpretation of the prophecy. And Susie being like, oh, Dragon Blazers based on that. Which Dragon Blazers character am I? And Garrison's response is, the dragon. Which very much... We don't know the whole plot, but, like, that doesn't sound like one of the main heroes.
Yup.
That sounds like somebody who comes in and causes havoc.
Well, and that's the thing, too. I wonder if Susie is going to be the thing that defies the prophecy.
Yes, that's one of my current theories, is that Susie is not affiliated with the prophecy, and her getting involved in all this stuff is, like, potentially the thing that makes the prophecy not come true.
Or rather, she's not bound by the prophecy because she's not a part of it.
Right.
It's again, I talk about it all the time, my favorite writing thing of heroes that choose to do the right thing and are not because they're chosen to do it, but because they want to. And Susie chooses to be a hero rather than is prophesied to be one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think it's interesting, too, that Garrison is like, the ending of the story isn't written. What story would you write?
Yeah, and leaving open that idea of, like, if the story's not finished, somebody can come in and write what they think should be the ending.
Mm-hmm. My personal belief is that, like, whatever route we take, the ending will be the same, but also the fact that we can change the ending is the intended ending.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna think that, like, oh, the prophecy is heading towards this tragedy, but the actual ending of the prophecy is the fact that we defied that prophecy. We defied the tragedy. Yeah. I don't know.
Certainly possible. We haven't seen what everyone else in the story has seen about that last panel telling the end of the prophecy. But it certainly sounds like something they all want to avoid.
Yeah. The only other theory that I had on here, and this is not founded in anything, there are no thoughts, I'm just like, I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall, I'm going to put this theory out there, and when it's wrong, we can all point and laugh at me years later.
Yeah.
When the game is finished. I think the shadow crystals are going to combine to make a disc.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because we know that they're pieces that can be stitched together. And my guess is going to be something super weird and meta. Like the actual game disc or something.
Yeah, because when you're at the church and going through your pockets looking for something fun to do, one of those potential items that Susie can mention is a broken disc. Like pieces of a disc. So I think you're onto something there.
That might also just be a CD bagel.
Oh, that could be a CD bagel.
But I think the shadow crystal, like,
oh, you know what I did? I forgot about the bagel.
You know what though? Like, I'm throwing it out there that it's like a transparent disc.
Yeah, because they usually describe it like glass.
Yeah.
Something hard like lacquer.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm like, if we're throwing everything at the wall, I want to throw something really out there at the wall.
Yeah, certainly.
But could still be feasible, just to see. Just to see, like, 2 chapters from now, and everyone's just like, wow, you were way off, man. And I was like, yeah, I was, but I wanted to see.
Dude, that's crazy.
But yeah, I don't know if you had any crackpot theories or anything else.
I sure do. I want to talk about Sans.
Sans?
I got a theory about that, man.
Oh, man.
I
think
store
is secretly clopin'.
Yeah, that's it. All right, thanks for watching, everybody. No. I have a very strong opinion that something extremely serious is going to happen to Sans in the plot here. I think the events of this game they precede Undertale, and something is going to rip Sans away from this timeline, this universe, and that is the Sans that's in Undertale. And that is why he's aware. And I bring this up because of the important connection of what is happening to Sans at the end of Chapter 4. As you have your walk back, you hear the place where it rained. And this night is one of the happiest nights of Sans' life so far. He's having all this fun with Toriel and everything. And he's remembering this moment. And then, however it happens, I'm theorizing he will get possibly even, like, physically ripped out of the game and put into Undertale, this alternate reality where monsters are forced underground. And so when you have your dinner with Sans in Undertale, and it's playing this song, it's because he is remembering this moment. And again, the idea would be his awareness of timelines and resets and things changing is because of whatever happened to him at some point in Deltarune. That is my theory. And it's going to be the super meta thing. Possibly, like, it's not even the main plot, but just a secret thing.
Interesting.
But
yeah. Also, I can just lock it in real quick. We know for a fact the festival is tomorrow.
Yes. That's the next chapter.
So chapter 5, I think we're going to bum around the festival, probably do a bunch of stuff, probably hang out with Noelle in secret.
Yep.
Something big is going to happen, and we're going to find a dark world in Asgore's flower shop.
Yes. Possibly even there's a reason that Carol would need there to be a dark world.
In the flower shop?
And so, like, the flower shop is their best location for that to happen. What if each of Asgore's flowers that's in the place are, like, characters with, like, separate... Like, they each have a distinct personality.
Oh my goodness.
Like, maybe they're color-coded, so maybe they're, like, Super Sentai or something.
Oh my goodness.
Or it's just 7 Flowies, and they're all douches to you.
I hope that whatever we do when we encounter Asgore, I hope that we finally learn what he did.
Yes, I hope that's finally when it all comes out.
Because I don't know if I could wait another 2 years to not know what happened.
For real.
There's also, I'm going to throw this theory out there. This is founded in nothing.
Yeah.
Noelle is going to get dragged into this next dark world.
Yeah.
Because if Noelle is actually the other hero from the prophecy, and Susie isn't, that means she's going to need to get involved as one of the heroes.
True. And also, that's just more opportunities for Weird Route events to happen.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't been in the Dark World since Chapter 2.
Well, and we know that she's setting up for it, and we haven't, as Chapter 3 set up, used her up.
Right. So it makes sense that you would have one more chapter where you use her up, and then she's not...
Yeah.
there to be used anymore. Interesting.
But that's what I got for theories and predictions.
The last thing I want to touch on with theory stuff. Device friend.
Oh.
What do you think it is? Why do you think it's following us and is just everywhere?
I don't know.
Because it definitely feels like we don't have enough information. I know people have speculated that it is the chair in Susie's room because, like, during the scene where Ralsei's describing stuff, the chair makes the amalgamate form, and it has the device friend face, but I don't think that's the case because it's following us, like, everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd need more evidence
more
to
context.
go off of that. Because it might just be
Yeah.
Toby enjoying a design.
The one thing about it, so its file name having device friend as its name, like the prefix being the word device, all of the file names for objects that pertain to Gaster and or whoever is doing the survey program are in all caps device _ and then the word. And so there's this picture of this smiley face with, one pink eye and one yellow eye that's, like, showing up everywhere and is commonly associated with cats. And so people are speculating that it's connected to Gaster in some way, but it's kind of hard to, like, meaningfully put it anywhere. But it's just fascinating to me that, especially as a recurring artistic choice, the colors pink and yellow are everywhere in this game, like, together as a combo.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just so many instances of the pink and yellow showing up, and then, like, again, the whatever this friend is being associated with cats. It's hard to say what it's going to be used for. I think it has something to do, there's, like, the thing in the prophecy talking about the pointed tail. And I don't know. I think it's got something to do with Noelle. Because there's the whole thing about her playing cat petters and, like, modding the game and creating glitches. And so there's a part of me that wonders, like, is Device Friend, like, a mod that's, like, installed into a game?
Ooh.
And that's why it's glitchy and kind of unknowable and has no, like, single form. And it can, like, show up because it's kind of a more nebulous concept for a thing. I don't know.
You know what I think?
What do you think?
You're taking too long.
Yeah. This stuff just interests me.
No, it's fun, and, like, trying to figure this stuff out is half the fun.
Toby Fox is the Gaster that's toying with all of us trying to figure out our way through this adventure. But yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's enough theory talk. Unless you got any more.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Then let's wrap up the episode with favorites.
Here we go.
This is the section of the show where we talk about our favorite parts of the game. First up, from the soundtrack, if you can even pick one, songs from Chapter 3.
Oh boy. It was tough, but I managed to narrow it down to one.
Really? Just one?
Yeah. And mind you, there's a lot in this soundtrack that was good, but one really stood out to me that I come back to frequently and I enjoy.
Yeah.
And it's the song TV World.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. It's the song that plays once you finally get to start exploring the rest of the dark world.
Yeah, when you break away from Tenna's game show and you start going out on your own.
Because for me, like, this chapter, it's all boards and it feels so confined. Like, even though you're exploring the maps in the boards, you're only ever bouncing between, like, the same, like, 3 rooms when you're playing. And so, like, at this point in the story, when this song starts playing, this feels like an escape. Like a stealth mission, and we're back to playing, Deltarune. And like it's more traditional gameplay style.
Yeah, I see it. The song really sells it. There's every single chapter has that moment where the soundtrack like pops off. And it is usually associated with like the first area you get to explore.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, TV World was that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I just really like it also. It's just a good song.
It's so jazzy.
And again, the stealth segments. Time to go stealth mode. Stealth mode sucks. Let's just go really fast.
Well, quite coincidentally enough, I was able to narrow it down to a single song as well. And you know what? You can hate me if you like, you can call this the most normie pick, but it's TV time! The music track for when you get your boss fight against Tenna, titled It's TV Time.
Mm-hmm.
I love this one so much. Just the swag in that little, like, intro. It's like those very, like, Sega Genesis sounding like orchestra hits playing just the basic Tenna motif. Just do 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 do. And then it does like the little it's like a harp or a piano or something, but just like do 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 do. And then the song just explodes into this like bombastic, super jazzy piece. It's so much fun. It adds so much to that boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you don't suck at rhythm games like I do, you can enjoy it in a rhythm game format.
Yep. I appreciate that the rhythm game segments actually follow the beat of the song.
Yeah, like while you're doing the boss fight, they sync up with the soundtrack, which is really cool.
Yeah. Well, it's not my favorite. I do want to honorably mention Black Knife for haunting my nightmares for months.
It's such a good track, though, but like...
It's so good, and it's so... It evokes how terrifying the night was.
It's, like, the only problem that I feel like either of us have with it is our association with how brutal the boss fight is.
Yep.
But it is a great track.
So what about Chapter 4 and your favorite song from there?
Okay. Chapter 4 was a little harder to narrow it down, so I have one honorable mention and then a favorite track.
Mm-hmm.
For the honorable mention, Neverending Night, which is the credits theme to Chapter 4.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, just very powerful piece of music that gets you, like, so antsy to see the next chapter.
Mm-hmm.
That one was really solid. But only an honorable mention because there is one track on here that has lived in my head rent-free ever since this came out. And that is Gyahaha.
That one was up there for me.
The overworld theme for Garrison. So, interestingly enough, this is one of the few songs on the soundtrack that is not a Toby Fox song. This one was arranged by Alex Rossetti, who is famous for doing Homestuck music.
That tracks.
And this track is so piratey, and I love that. It starts with just like the booming of the bagpipes, and then just like how it kind of goes into that calmer section with like the flute and stuff. And when we get to like the second part of Garrison's motif with like the that part, it gives me chills every time I hear it.
It's really good.
And there's so many good scenes of Garrison being hilarious and fun to that track.
Yup.
It lives rent-free in my brain.
Honestly, all of the songs with Garrison's leitmotif in it are good. Like I don't remember the name of the song. I meant to look it up, but it's like the version that's like, it's like a slow, sad banjo.
Yeah, it's the fireplace or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but it's the slower version of his theme.
Also the battle theme.
Oh, of course, the banjo solo.
Yeah, like the Hammer of Justice. Like,
all of Garrison's themes are great, but like literally out of all of them, Gyahaha is my personal favorite. All right, your favorite chapter 4 song?
dude, this was hard to pick.
Yes.
There's so many good songs in chapter 4. Like chapter 4, I was spoiled for choice. But I really love the track From Now On, which is the Battle 2 theme.
Yes.
Like, it is gorgeous, and it genuinely feels like we have leveled up in our journey.
Yes. Just the promise of the fact that this is going to be our battle theme for the next, at least the next chapter.
Our battle theme from now on. And it just, like, it's gorgeous. I found that every time an enemy would encounter me, I'd smile a little bit. Just because you hear, like, the first few notes of this.
And the way it foreshadows all of, like, the major plot leitmotifs while you're fighting the Titan and stuff. Like, ooh.
It's good. It's so stinking good.
Oh, you know what else? Oh, wait, no, you haven't listed all of your tracks you wanted to mention for this chapter, did you? Or is that your favorite?
No. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one I wanted to...
Okay.
I wanted to highlight.
All right, because there's also the second and third Sanctuary themes.
Yup. Those are good, too.
Those ones are also really good.
There's also the Dark Zone. The song that plays what's it called when you fight Jackenstein?
Yeah.
That one's also really good. There's just good songs in chapter 4.
Chapter 4 went nuts.
Like not that chapter 3 didn't have good music, because like chapter 3 had incredible music.
Oh, it did.
But chapter 4 went hard.
It sure did.
I think like having like even just the bit at the beginning when you first go into the Dark World and you have the choirs and like the mizzles like appearing in the background just lightly singing.
Yeah. There's so much like environment stuff that's like synced up with the music. Good stuff. All right, I think we should move on because we've got one more category that I think we could get a lot of discussion out of, so to keep it moving.
Yeah.
Favorite boss?
Oh, that's right. I forgot to write this down in my notes.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
You got anything off the top of your head?
Favorite boss? It's hard. Because, like, my gut reaction is to say the Knight.
Really?
Because it's like out of Stockholm Syndrome. Like, I spent so long on that fight.
It left an impression.
For me, it is a tie between Gerson and Jackenstein.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to put one above the other. Because Gerson, like, even though equally much like the Knight, kicked my butt, not nearly as hard, but did kick my butt for a couple weeks. I was stuck there. But I was having fun the entire time. Whereas the Knight, I was, like, angry and stressed. Gerson, I was having fun. However, Jackenstein had me laughing, like, the entire time.
Yeah.
And so, like, I could be persuaded to say either one of those.
No, that's totally fair. In my case, quick honorable mention goes to Tenna.
Yeah.
We got a ton of good boss fights here, so it's hard to just definitively pick one. And again, like, I don't want Chapter 3 to seem like we snubbed it, because there is a lot of good stuff in there. But as far as, like, actual favorite, it is a tie for me as well. And it goes between Garrison and the Titan at the end.
Yeah.
Because, again, Garrison was just a solid time. That was a really awesome secret boss, bringing back the Undyne mechanics.
Yup. And then
just
elevating them.
Getting to do the Ganon tennis with the Rude Buster as well. Was so much fun. But yeah, just the Titan fight at the end. Like,
it was really good.
Soundtrack, gameplay, story, everything just coalesced into this big cathartic final battle.
No, that's valid.
So I really couldn't choose between those two. Both Garrison and the Titan were both really solid encounters. Next.
Yeah, so now I'm sitting here and I'm going, oh, did I miss any things? Because I clearly did. Yep, I missed favorite character, which
geez.
I already... okay.
You've got your answer though, right? And I've got mine.
Yeah, so, like I said, I really like Kris. And I think for Chapter 3, it is still Kris.
Mm-hmm.
But for Chapter 4, I think it's Garrison.
Dang, that's crazy. You want to know why that's crazy?
Is it yours?
Garrison is my new, like, not even just like chapter by chapter basis. In all of Toby Fox's anything he's made, Garrison is my new favorite Toby Fox character.
Yeah, he's so good.
He is the best.
He is the best, no question.
Like I said, I think more than any character Toby Fox has ever created, Garrison best embodies Toby Fox's... How would I say this? He embodies, like, Toby's method of creating, I think. And he's just such a charming dude, and that's probably not a surprise given most of the answers on my favorites have had something to do with Garrison. But also, yeah, you talk about why you like Garrison.
I feel like I've done it this whole time. Is just that, like, I aspire to be like this man.
Yes.
When I grow old. That, like, deceptively insane, but actually genuinely wise, like, vibes. I don't know. I really like him a lot. He's so much fun. He is one of the funniest characters. He is having the time of his life. I don't know. I like him a lot.
He's too much fun.
Yeah, the next category is our favorite joke or gag.
Again, a lot to choose from.
For me, I ended up actually splitting mine between a Chapter 3 joke and a Chapter 4 joke.
Yeah, that's valid.
For my Chapter 3 joke, it's in the S rank room. There's that one curtain, you pull it back, and there's the shadow guy with the sock.
He's
and
putting
just
on
the
his sock.
Scream. That
I forgot. I might need to change my answer because that was like the best sound clip of a scream ever.
Something about that absolutely tickled me, dude.
Because I'm remembering it now when I played through with friends and just how hard we all laughed at that.
Like, because it's hard to pick because there's that one, but also like the joke of like now a word from our sponsor and then just word, and then you're just in the next room, or like now a worm from our sponsor, and then it's just rules card with the worms.
Yeah.
There were so many good gags in chapter 3.
Too many.
But like the shadow guy with the sock like genuinely like cracked me up.
Yeah, I got to give you that one. That was a pretty good one. What about chapter 4?
For chapter 4, again, it's hard because Gerson is a gold mine.
Yeah.
But I think genuinely just that You're Taking Too Long and all of its variations.
Yeah.
I don't think I've laughed that hard in the entire game as I did doing that fight. And just getting all of those, like, because it's the same audio of You're Taking Too Long, and then just You're Long, and then You're Taking too, You're too.
You're taking
like,
too long is taking too long. Or when there's the
yes.
whole crowd of them all shouting, "You're taking too long" at once.
Like, the whole fight had me just in tears. I was laughing so hard.
No, definitely.
And again, it might also be the circumstances of, like, my wife,
yeah,
and I'm trying not to disturb her while slowly losing it.
Yeah, for sure.
What about yourself?
So I think, chapter 4 as well, I've just got the Jackenstein fight. We can agree on that one, certainly. As an honorable mention, I also want to just bring up the water cooler.
Yup.
Because that was so funny. And the fact that they put it there a second time.
Yup.
And you think you have to fight it, and then it's like, oh, this invisible wall thing, like, this wasn't actually real. You could just walk through this. So Toby just tricks you into fighting the water cooler a second time.
I remember that.
That was a pretty good one. I will say probably like my genuine like 2 favorite moments. I will give one to the shadow guy putting on the sock.
Mm-hmm.
Because that probably was the hardest I laughed. Was that gag right there. But the other one that I wanted to highlight that you didn't bring up was the tutorial for the rhythm game and Susie going ham on the drums.
That's right.
Because it is the most... I love that I've seen this in YouTube comments. People have mentioned, like, if you're in, like, FL Studio and you have, like, the piano roll with all the drum sounds and just sliding your finger across the drum roll and hearing all the noises get made in, like, a second.
Yup.
As well as, like, when you actually start to play, like, the song, Raise Up Your Bat, how, like, Susie just wails on the one snare and then immediately gets kicked out of the game.
Yup.
It's really funny. Okay. Let's move on to favorite minigame.
Favorite minigame for me, no question, is the rhythm game.
Yeah.
That was
That's
so unbelievably fun. I just, like, I ate that up. I had so much fun with that one.
I almost picked that as my favorite in spite of the fact that I'm bad at rhythm games. Because I just love the energy of it, but also it's very hard for me. So, for me, it's... Technically, we've got mini-games in both chapters 3 and 4, so I kind of sorted them that way. In chapter 4, my favorite was Pluie. Because there's such a weird vibe to that one that it just kind of makes me contemplate things while you're just picking up cats and taking them through the rain.
Yup.
Very weird vibes, and I love it. But I think primarily my favorite minigame was the Susie-Zilla game.
Susie-Zilla was tough, but it was fun.
It was difficult, but it's just so funny.
Mm-hmm.
The way Susie is just dangling in her little dino onesie, and she's like, "Guess who, nerds?
Guess who, idiots?"
Yeah, that's what, guess who, idiots? Ralsei being like, Susie, you look so cute. Scary.
Yeah.
Good comedy. All of the Tenna mini games were great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, final one. Favorite moment, or just in general your favorite part of these two chapters?
Mm-hmm. So, for me, I once again had to split it between Chapter 3 and Chapter 4.
Yeah.
And again, I guess this could be argued as, like, my playthrough versus thing in game.
Sure.
For
yeah.
Chapter 3, it was finally beating the night.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I popped off so unbelievably hard when I finally beat him, because it had been months of attempts and just this thing absolutely destroying me. And so, like, finally beating it, that was euphoric. Especially, again, because I made it harder on myself unintentionally. And I didn't want to redo the chapter again and go back and fight the mantle.
Right.
But as far as, like, in-game actual moment in Chapter 4, I think it was the slow walk through the dark where everyone, like, takes a turn taking hits.
Yes. I was going to mention that one.
That was just utterly beautiful. And it's one of the reasons why I'm like, you know, everyone in this group is kind of keeping secrets from each other, and, like, we don't know their whole deal yet. But in that moment, you could feel the love and teamwork that everyone has for each other.
Absolutely. The music there was so emotional.
Yes.
Just seeing everybody try and support each other as they make their way through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just good. What about yourself?
Okay, so I'm gonna rattle off my honorable mentions, because there's a laundry list of them.
Mm-hmm.
But honorable mentions: the Tenna fight, the Roaring Knight, like basically any time the Roaring Knight is on screen. At church.
Yeah.
Very underrated moment that I'm kind of surprised never came up, but I guess we had a lot to cover. At the diner with Susie.
Oh, yeah!
That was another really, really nice moment, and the music there is super pretty.
There's some really good varying options of what you can do there, too.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the approach to the Titan battle. The three that I picked as, like, my top favorites, and we've already talked about all of them pretty at length, so I don't need to go in depth on why these are my favorites, but tied for my favorite parts of this game, at Noelle's house, and just everything that happens at Noelle's house.
Mm-hmm.
That section of the game was so much fun. The Titan battle, because of how amazingly it caps off the story. And then even more amazingly capping off the story, the end credits. And the final message from Gaster.
Yeah.
I think those were the moments that got me the most hyped to be playing Deltarune. Let's get into our final thoughts. I'll go first, and then you can bring us home.
Okay. Okay, I gotta cap it off.
This time you do, because it hasn't been the case for a while.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
All right. So I think the main thing that I feel about Deltarune, especially after these two chapters that have released, and why this wound up being my game of the year from last year, I just think that it's nice that there's still someone in this world trying their best to tell a good story through video games. Because, like, both in and outside of the world of video games, like, things have gotten very difficult for a lot of people, and things have gotten very depressing. And there's just so much, like, corporate greed and capitalism being the difficult issue that it is, and, the encrapification of technology.
Mm-hmm.
And so to just have someone like Toby, who is not in this for the money, but just wants to make a great experience because of how much they love video games, I am so, so glad that Deltarune exists. Like, even if I would be miserable having to pay $70 for a game like this, I still would, because it's great. But the fact that Toby is so generous, has priced this game so low, and given you so many avenues for not needing to break the bank to play such a fun game. Toby's such a good dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want to point out that, like, I've definitely fallen for Toby's trap that he's placed in terms of this game. I care way too much about these characters and wanting to see them have a happy ending, and now I have to know what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he has me in his grip. There's something just about the vibe of Deltarune, and, like, before I was kind of like, oh, I like Undertale more, but I'm glad that Toby's making more stuff. Now, like, I'm at the point where I love Deltarune way more than I love Undertale. Because, like, Deltarune is somehow this, like, horrifying, yet also hopeful experience. And it's so weird that it can be both at the same time. But it's such a powerful piece of media. I can't get enough of it. Like, everything that I've ever wanted to see in terms of, like, indie game development is stuff that Toby's doing. So just, I gotta applaud the man and say I can't wait to see what's next.
Well said.
But alright. Give it to me. Give me the final word.
It's funny because I did not write my final thoughts down, so I'm going to wing it. I literally wrote wing it in my notes.
Wing ding it.
So it's funny that... wing ding gaster. Nah, you hit on a lot of the things I wanted to bring up, too, about this game being priced what it is. Because, like, this is the first time, previously it was like, hey, the game is free, and now that we have a price tag on it, I remember when this got announced, like, because it got announced during the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct.
That's right, yeah.
And, this was the start of where gaming made this shift to just being very expensive. Because, like, I went into that Direct thinking, like, okay, it's going to be a little pricey, but I'm looking forward to buying a Nintendo Switch 2 to, like, being like, that's so far out of my price range. There's so many things I don't like about this. I think I'm going to skip it. And my wife and I literally sat down because she's like, what do you want for your birthday? And I'm like, I want Deltarune.
Yeah.
I don't want anything else for my birthday. I just want to own this one game. And because like for us, like money was pretty tight. And so I was like, I'm not buying any new games this year. You know, I've got plenty of old games, but this is the one game that I can say I want to spend money on because it is a worthwhile investment. And it absolutely has been a worthwhile investment. It is incredible. I love it so much. And like, you know, it's funny. You either cut it from the episode or it was what we were talking about the next day when we saw each other the next day. When we were talking about our end of year wrap up and my top game of the year and how I had 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you know, I think you did forget that I did ramble quite a bit about Baldur's Gate 3, but it got overshadowed by me just like being obsessed with Uma Musume. But also Uma Musume kind of got overshadowed by the fact that like I couldn't talk at length about this game.
Yeah.
Because I was like, well, we're gonna record a whole episode on this, and so I want to just not say anything. But genuinely, this was like one of the best and most defining games that I played that year. And like even after finishing it last year, I still think about it a lot. And I'm so just interested and excited to see where it's going. Because like there's so much just there to just analyze and pick apart and enjoy. I don't know, man. I like it. I'm also right there with you where like I think I like Deltarune more than Undertale. I think the story it's telling is a little more interesting. I think it's put together a little more elegantly. And the only reason I can't rank it above Undertale is that the game isn't finished yet.
Right.
And I want to see where the game is going to go before I give it that spot. And also the fact that Undertale, like, reworked how my brain works. And so I'm like...
Oh, sure, yeah.
But I took what I learned from Undertale into Deltarune, and Deltarune just feels like an evolution of everything from there. And so I'm very excited to see where Toby takes this when we get chapter 5. And the fact that there are 3 chapters left, like we're now, it's funny when it was just chapter 2, chapter 7 felt so far away.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's so much game. And now I'm like, we're 4 chapters deep. We're past the halfway point. Chapter 5 is coming out this year, supposedly. Like, we're getting closer to the ending. And you can kind of feel it too a little bit in some of the difficulty spikes. But I am thrilled and excited.
I think that's what's the most fun thing about discussing Deltarune is that for as long as we've had it, there's always been a roadmap to like look forward to more stuff happening. And every ending to each chapter leaves you excited and wanting more.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll do it for now.
Indeed.
It's quite late.
It is so late.
I apologize, but also it's been fun.
No, it's been very fun.
Oh, and now I get to tease my game.
Here we go.
I got it back from Toby. I see it sitting on my desk. We're actually gonna do it.
He got distracted by a bone. Put it down.
We didn't even talk about the climbing race. That was great, too.
Yeah, that bit was so good.
Okay. Well, for this next teaser, I think I better put on the narrator voice. Next time on Tradin Faves, the fallen leaves tell a story. A story of a land across the fog. A story of war, of kingdoms and lords, of life, death, and rebirth. A story of the light of grace that guides us to a new age. I doubt you can even imagine it. That which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance. The Elden Ring. We're playing Elden Ring next time.
I had a feeling.
Of course you did. There was so many obvious hints that that's what was coming. But I figured, like, now is, I think, the best time for us to finally get to this.
No, absolutely. It's time to dive in. Oh, I'm excited.
We've been playing all these peak video games, having all these amazing discussions. And now we can finally get to the game that I have said breached my top 10.
Mm-hmm.
As of this moment in recording, it sits at my number 6 spot, but I think it could enter the top 5.
A challenger has appeared.
It's entirely possible, but I don't know. Like, it won all its awards. It needs no preceding of its reputation, but, like, I really love Elden Ring.
Yup.
So I'm excited for us to go through it. And it'll be in a very interesting position because you have watched a playthrough. And I'm sure you've seen content surrounding it, but it has been a while.
Yes. It's been so long.
And from what I understand, the only things you've seen of Elden Ring are very, like, curated experiences with, like, hypercuts and
Yeah.
select bits of content. So I just want to say to all the audience watching that regularly follows the show, as you know, Elden Ring is a very long game. I did a test playthrough to try and see, like, hitting all the major, like, points and things I want to show off. And it was about, like, a 60 to 70 hour long playthrough. So it could take us a while to finish this game. Please bear with us.
We might be gone for a bit.
There may be a bit of a hiatus.
Dad is leaving to get milk, but he promises he'll be back.
Don't say that. In the game we just talked about that has divorce as an important plot point.
Oh, no!
But no, so if there is a long hiatus, please understand this is a big game. We might not even play through the entire game. We might split this into, like, parts.
Yeah.
And only talk about some of the game and then take a break and play something else and then come back to it. We will see what we're feeling in the moment that we actually start our playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
But we promise we are trying to, make this show entertaining for you all. Our big focus is just to hang out and talk about the games that we like, but while we're putting it here on YouTube, we try to make it an entertaining ride for you all. So we might also slip in some, like, extra content just so there's not
A drought.
a massive hiatus of, the show.
I have something bubbling in the background that may or may not find its way into being a thing that we do.
We will keep you posted, and we will try and not have it be, like, an entire year with no more Tradin Faves.
Mm-hmm.
But
we'll let you know.
Very big game. And with that, we are done. Do you Do you have a good ending joke? Because I forgot to write one.
We took too long.
Yeah, that'll do it.